and we could not prove what it was. But the nest was captured in my mind, and that was when it basically started my journey down this road. And so as growing up, I hiked up a mountain called Mount Elphinstone in Gibsons, BC, where the Beachcombers was filmed, outside of Vancouver, 35 minute ferry ride from Horseshoe Bay. So that's the area that all this kind of came together for me. So from there, we had some other encounters. We heard some noises, voices in the woods, but there was never nothing too big. Got into working years, forgot about all that, and then one day I started looking on the internet when the internet came alive, and started looking down things, and I had an encounter in an RV park called Langdale RV Park on the Sunshine Coast. I was probably 26, 27 years old, and this is the next encounter I had in my life. And I went down this road, where I started to share with people about what happened there. And I had a lady who heard my experience and came to me and said to me, and I'm doing this in such a short format because I want you to start asking me questions. But she said to me, she saw a guy, a huge man, and that was like, he was covered in fur, but he ran like a Olympic sprinter across the road. And this is where it was. And it was at the same place. And so I took her into the internet and I showed her some pictures of the Patterson film, and she started to cry. She started to really cry. She says, "That's what I exactly saw," and it scared me so bad. But my brain said it was just a man, and so we went. So this is where the journey begins. So I'll give the mic back to you, and you can start asking some questions.
Perfect. Yeah. So I got that all set up. So, like, yeah, just to give the kind of precursor here of kind of the angle I'm taking these questions from. So, the plausibility of Bigfoot for me is pretty. I think it's strong. I mean, I don't think right because what, like I mentioned earlier, the thing people bring up is like, oh, if you have these big apes, why can you? And you made this point earlier. We'll get back to that. Like, but why are they so hard to find when we can find little tribes, down in the Amazon? And my big point there has always been fire. Right? Fire is what distinguishes us from these animals, and it would make sense, right? If you take away people's fire, right, you would need to be bigger, you would need to be hairier to survive the cold parts of the country that we find these animals tend to be. Um, so that to me is always this is how the topic originally came up with the BC fires and everything else, and the importance of fire to sort of human existence and identity even there. So with that, so yeah, the questions. So what are your thoughts on? I guess you brought up the Patterson film, and that's of course the famous film everybody would have seen. That would probably be most people's exposure to this. So what are your thoughts, just generally or even in depth, on the Patterson film?
So the Patterson film, yes, it is the real thing, 100%. You've heard of all the knocks, all the other stuff. There's too much on the Patterson film that gives legitimacy to it, meaning the muscle mass, the curvatures, the old lady's bum, I call it, the outline of the spinal on the back, the side views of the shoulders and the neck area. Um, right into the feet, the padding of the feet. And I love the padding of the feet because when we have found footprints, and I'm not telling you, we just don't find a odd footprint. We find lots when I was out there. Now, just to let everybody know, I haven't done the Bigfoot thing for probably since 2016. I had stepped away from it for a while. I got really sick, and I didn't want it to interfere in with my biblical beliefs and stuff because the church at the time gave me a really hard time, and I was entering into leadership and stuff. So put that aside. On the Patterson film, there's just too many things that identify that the creature is real, and what I've seen is what the Patterson film is. So there's so much element to what we're looking at there in the video, and the way that the movement is. Now, have I seen a creature walking like that in that fashion where it was where they captured it on video? No, because most of our sightings are in the woods. They don't like to be really caught out in the open like that. Do they travel in between through creek beds and stuff? For sure they do. But they're mostly just off into the inside of the forest, and they stay on mostly the game trails or their trails, and there's you can identify these trails and stuff like that.
So with your experience, I guess we can actually even analyze this because I have some thoughts on this. Because what are your thoughts on what you see there? So I believe that creature is obviously female, right? You do see distinctive breasts. Like based on your experience, would you be able to give like an age for that? Like, is that an older creature? Is that an adolescent creature? What are your thoughts on kind of like the demographics of that particular animal?
I think for her size and for her development, to what we have seen, definitely she's probably a much older creature. But what gives it away? And everybody talks about her breast. Okay, put the breast thing away for a while because it's quite evidential that she has tits. But here's the point, and I should say breast. Not hopefully I didn't offend any women in here. But here's the good point. You look at her behind, and the fat and the muscle mass on her butt. Now I hate to say this, but this is what it reminds me of. You look at an older woman, and her bum is usually spread wider, more saggier, and more of that old age woman's bum. And that's what captured me in that film was her bum. She had an old lady's bum.
So on that, so like, and when we say old, like, what would you say is probably the usual life expectancy and maturation rate? Like, at what point, like, do they usually reach, childbearing and puberty, and what would you say is usually
You,
kind of
Zink, I really couldn't give you an answer to that because there's no expert out there because there's not been enough time to really study the animal or the creature in the way we should under science. There's never been really a term, a paper that could be written with all facts and be tried by three or four more, as they do it in science, their peers to legitimize things. But I mean, to giving an age on the creature, that's it's pretty tough to give an age when they give birth. Again, that's really it's an answer that I can't give you because I don't know, and that's the only thing I could say to that. I could speculate. I mean, and in the Bigfoot world, we put theories to things and we try our theories to see if they work for mostly encounters and see if things would repeat itself, that we would know that these animals are in the area and would come and go out of the area. A lot of people would say that these animals travel and go far places. No, not no no no, they don't do that. I know. I can give you an answer to that.
no, and I 100% appreciate that. I would actually hate it if you gave me an answer that you couldn't 100% back up. This is actually a big bugbear of mine. People who speak with definiteness. I'm going to call it out here. I'm not a fan of David Icke. Everything's just too closely knit together for any of his stuff that comes out. So, yeah, I want to. But at the same time, it is okay to speculate too, just so long as you specify your speculation. I guess my question here is like, so when you say this is an older creature, do you find with age that the color of their fur changes? Because of course we know that this is a human characteristic. I think it's a characteristic of some of the great apes, not necessarily all. But do you find that there is like do they go gray? Do they go white? Or do they usually not make it that old? Because of course, like I said, if anybody knows anything about like depending on if you believe it or not, but like, prehistoric human beings, like 40 was quite old. Like making it past 40, like, in true, like, caveman fashion would have been, and most people don't start to go gray until like, 60 or something like that. So have you seen creatures that you think are graying or going white or, and of course, some people go white or gray very young. What's his name? The guy from, um, the one comedian who like pretty much went white from the time he's like 22 there. You know what I'm talking about, right? The guy.
Yeah, I had a friend that was 17 and he had white hair. Believe it or not, he went from straight black hair, and he turned 17, 18 years old. He went completely white. So I mean, must have been in the gene, right? We used to call him the old man Pat. We called him. Have I seen? Now I'm gonna answer that question on what I seen. Okay. Again, to say that do these things age with and gain gray hair or white hair? Again, that's only a speculation. But I can give you an answer to what I have seen and how we portrayed the creature at the time. Okay, so and I'm gonna give you places so that people can go back to these places. That's another thing that a lot of people don't. And I'm giving out these now because we no longer research in this area because it's too impacted by human beings. But I know that they're still there. But the encounters that we would have, the relationship that we would have had with these creatures at the time, have now probably dissipated because they just don't like to be around a lot of people, though they are found in close to human existences also. And I'll give you, we'll go down that path here in a little bit. But we it was October, it was really rainy, it was on a place called it was in Wilson Creek, not Wilson Creek, sorry, Selma Park Road, off the Reservoir Road, where we had owned a trailer, and it was by a trailer park. And we my wife and I were coming up, we had dropped the kids off to school, and we were coming up to pick our mail up, and we were passing the Reservoir Road where our place was on, and we both saw a grayish colored large size Sasquatch sitting down on the road, and he had his legs stretched right out. And we stopped, and we drove back. And as we were driving back through the front, there was a trailer with a brush there. We could see where he was. And as we were coming back and coming around that brush, we seen him stand up. Now he didn't use any hands. He didn't really truly bend his legs in any real big fashion. He just stood up, and we both looked at each other and said, "Did you see that?" And he just took one step, and he was into the woods. So that started a bit of a relationship we had with that creature. Now, when I say relationship, I mean I wasn't inviting him over for a beer. Come on, let's be real here. But we started to really push on trying to interact with the creature out in the woods up behind us, and up where the reservoir was, there was a power line there, and we owned the rights of the right of way on the power line. So we would spend a lot of time there with nobody would be able to come to, and it went right straight. It was about a mile away from a place called Chapman Creek, and in that we would have encounters up in there all the time, and throughout a long history time on the Sunshine Coast, from basically what I've heard from the 60s on through the 70s, a lot of people had encounters in that area. So that's why I can say to you, yes, there are grayish, whitish Sasquatch. He was large, he was very big, and we called him the old man. And this, there was, I'm going to tell you later, but there was a thing that happened to him, and we experienced that too. Not that we saw it, but we heard it.
So on that topic, and you brought this up earlier, their social structure. So do you want to describe kind of like the size of the units that they usually operate in?
Okay, so we've we've encountered male, female. We encountered families of four, which is two younger ones and two older ones. And how we know that, not that you always get to see visual, though we have had visual, not always do you get to see them visual, but in an area that they spend time in, it's just like cattle or anything else. You'll know that oh, I didn't get to see the cows right in this field, or in the woods, or down this range area, but we know they have young because of the size of footprints, and that's how we know that they've had youngs. A family of four, because of the different sizes and footprints. The males are usually on that are usually the spread on the feet are usually in the range of 17 to 19 to 20 inches long, with with oh geez, it's almost an 8 foot an 8 inch spread on the bottoms, and the females are smaller. They're around they're, they can be a size of 13, 12, and up to 14, maybe 15, but I think that 15 more goes along into the females. We're not totally sure on that. We're only estimating, and we're only speculating that. Again, if you don't see the creature, you can't truly identify 100% to what we're speaking about. But because that area has had visuals, also this is what we do in the field of research when we're doing it. We want to know food source. We want to know the habitat within it, where they can shelter, how they shelter, where they can get out of the rain, where they can get out of storms, and where they can get out of the wind. I mean, it's all privy to survival, especially in the wintertime, and especially on the West Coast. If you stay in a rainy place, say if you get horses or anything, you get, horses will get that, what is it called, rain skull and stuff like this. But, but what happens on the West Coast during that season, it leaves we're able to get in good places, good identifying tracks. Now, not all tracks are like what you see on TV, the track that sits right out. You really have to know what you're doing and what you're looking at, and it takes a little bit of experience. But again, we do identify them.
So, not trying to be weird about it, but because you said two adults, two children. Now, is it always a male, female? Because I'm wondering, is it that you're always seeing a family unit, or is it like say like a training unit, like say two males teaching two younger males? But are you always identifying like a larger male, a larger female than two young, or do you sometimes see like two males or two females and two young? Right.
Now, that's a good question, and it's a really good question because really, again, we're speculating. Again, it's a female and male. Um, we were able to, because of the footprints, I speculate that was in this family unit. Now, to say is it two males or two females that could be as youngsters, for sure, for sure. Um, so we have to be careful with that, and that's a good point that you made. Again, unless you see, you're not going to know 100%. Um, we did have an encounter in the woods, so this one time, where we had actually we owned a camp. And it was called Homesite Creek Campground on the Sunshine Coast. So one evening we heard a baby crying in the woods. I mean, literally, it sounded like a baby crying. But we also heard grumblings back and forth. This went on for a couple of evenings, and then it just went away. It just disappeared. We believe to this day that that baby had passed away, and the reason why we believed that baby had passed away is because for 2 days afterwards, we heard this loud moaning, we just looked like if someone passes away, you mourn, right? So, and it was like a cry, and it never went away for quite a long time, and it was in the early springtime when there wasn't a lot of people there, and so that's what we speculated. That's what it was. Now, a lot of this stuff goes on speculation, and when you have speculations, you don't always have facts that you can really get out and really identify with proof. And so we have to. It's a shame, but you have to go with that. And again, also we found tracks where we felt that a young one, and he was seen twice in the campground. He definitely was a male because people saw genitals. Um, they're not. Do have I seen them? No, but the encounters that we were told by our campers, it was definitely a male, and the footprint. And this is what was nice about it is that young male had a broken or a deformed foot. And we have video, or not video, but pictures and stuff of the deformed foot, and it was we were able to keep track on that creature because he left that identifying mark, and so we would know where he was if we saw it again, and we were able to to map out an area that he traveled in. Now, we felt at the time that he was on his own, but it seemed to be a little bit later on in the year. We believe that the alpha male, and we use the word alpha because we when he came in, a lot of things dynamics changed. So I that's about as far as I can go on that. I am thinking back onto the things that have happened. So I'm going to be telling a lot of stories about what had happened and the things that happened around us.
Absolutely, I guess. So yeah, I'm trying to kind of think like because you mentioned that you've never seen a party, or not seen, but have indications of a moving party larger than four individuals, right? You've never seen what could be a party moving larger than four individuals, right?
Now, I may have not visually seen that, but I'll get into. You've heard about the knocking, right, in the woods.
Yeah.
Okay, so now with the knocking, and this is how we come up with the determination that that these work in family units, and because the communication from the knocking, um, we were able to knock back. We were able to communicate. We've been able to figure out. Believe it or not, you might not believe this, but this is true. Uh, where I had that encounter with the gray guy and where we lived at the time, our place, we would hear them come down in the evenings during the fall time. They come to the salmon runs, okay? But when a car would come up our road on the reservoir road, there would be one down near the road and he would knock. And then as that car went past, the other one would knock. And they would give indications on one or two knocks, meaning there were vehicles or people coming up. Now, do they know how to count? I don't know. I don't think so. But they did use a form of counting in a way that they would knock once or twice or three times. Um, and I never really heard them knock more than that, but they had their way of communicating and walking and forming when they were in the bush. And we always believed that this is when they were hunting, that if they were hunting deer or something, that they would use this communication in such a way to corral or maybe force a deer down a trail where they are. We found broken legs and stuff on animals that were in the bush that were rotting away afterwards, and they weren't ripped apart or eaten like lions or dogs or wolves or however you want to put it. Bears would do it. What we did mostly find though is the livers and stuff like that were taken out. So do they know how to count? And I would say probably no, but they did have a formal way of communicating.
So yeah, I guess the thing I'm trying to figure out here is kind of different social structures. So yeah, do they move in small units, but do they reconnect? And like I said, this is all speculation. I'm just kind of stream of consciousness thing here, right? Like, do they move in these small units, but then there maybe is there like larger communities that they return to or something like that? Like how long like do you know anything about like you mentioned it in the previous conversation that wasn't recorded, but that they seem to inhabit the caves, like do they seem to return to the same caves? Do they rotate? Because you'd also mentioned like they may be like an individual, unit there maybe has a roaming of maybe 100 kilometers or miles. I can't remember the unit you used there, but do you want to give any indication on what you've kind of ascertained and speculate on that topic?
Yeah. Okay. So I'll just touch back on the other topic when you ask. Is the answer was the to the question was is how many were in operation in the movement? So we were able to count up to four. Was there two at times? Yep. Was there three at times? Yep. So that gives you that answer. Now to the point about caves, not everywhere has caves, and I've never found a cave with with bones or with any evidence that these things were in. Now I heard stories at our campground. We had limestone caves, and I heard stories about people entering caves and hearing growling and stuff like that. Now that could be bear, it could be any type of animal, we don't know. But it's true, these creatures did inhabit it around these caves during the wintertime. Could they have used them? Possibly. We cannot give you a straight answer on that. But what we did there was a place that I nicknamed called a No Name Lake. It was up behind Seashell up in the mountains, and it was an area that went down into like a bowl-like area, which had a lake, and then Carlson Creek came out of it, and it ran down to the ocean into Seashell Inlet. And within the cleft of those crevices, there was overhangs and stuff like that, and they would always come up and out of there. And we got visual a couple times there. We got them on thermal camera there. We got them on night scopes there. I remember Leon Bernag, which is a scientist out of France, out of the Belgium University. He had a friend that won the Nobel Peace Prize for the God matter, the tube that they would find the particles from the sun. They called it the God matter. He came up his first night when he arrived. He through a Russian military scope, he was able to see the creature, and all he said was he screamed out. He said, "It's a man! It's a man!" And he was, I mean, he ended up in tears because he always believed that the creatures were real, and he went to the States and found a footprint and stuff like that a couple times, but he never thought he would experience to see a creature visually at night in a scope. So that's so we here's another place too, and I want to give you this. So in Half Moon Bay, we uh, we knew that the creatures were going down this area, and it was within the Homesite Creek Range. But we found a place. It was very odd that it was a rock but it had like a hang an overhang to it. And when we looked around and we dug around, there was piles of oyster shells after oyster shells after oyster shells around this overhang of this rock. We looked around it. We looked all over. Nothing there. We looked for other animals, otters that could bring it up, but not until we got a phone call from a lady that knew what we were doing, and she had a house that was on the other side of this inlet that came up where the oysters were, and she at nighttime would see these creatures come down, pick up piles of oysters, and go back in the forest. Well, that area she was talking about was maybe only 300 to 400 yards away from that inlet, and that really kind of put a okay. Now we got some identifying proof. Now we have to take her word on it. But the oyster shells were there. We knew that we found tracks there. We knew that they would go down there. We stayed off on the other side on some people's property where they would say they would hear these creatures knock back and forth. We would knock back and forth to them. So we were able to basically kind of prove that these creatures were heading in this direction and feeding off these oysters. So now again, because we never got visual proof, so you can never say it's 100%. And I want to make that well known to people that not 100% can you always identify that it's the creature, but because I always said it this way: a deer does what a deer does, a bear does what a bear does, a cougar does what a cougar does, and humans do what humans do. And so these guys have traits, and they you have to learn what they do and how they react, and this is the stuff that we focus on.
So on the traits, what variations have you seen? So I mean, yeah, you have males and females and youth and everything. Like, what shades of hair have you seen, for example? Right? Is it always darker? Do you see some gingers, some blondes, some albinos? Right?
The only ginger creature I ever seen was from a boat with I was out in Egmont, BC. I was looking up at us. I was out fishing, and I was looking up into a slash because I was always curious of seeing elk and stuff like that. And I saw this upright figure walking up the bank, and it stood up. It looked back down to the ocean, and I was looking through it in binoculars. Now I wasn't right up like a big zoom, but I could see orange like hair. and that's the only time I really actually seen that. It was that it was orange like hair, and the creature was totally, completely covered in it. Now, I mean, I was probably, how, as the crow flies, probably 10 miles away. I don't know, maybe less than that. I couldn't really tell you. Was it a mile, 2 miles away? I don't know. It was just we were out in the inlet and we were looking up at the side of the slash that was cut in the slash up in the mountain there. But again, we seen the creature again with the grayish white hair, and the ones that are in the forest that we have had glimpses of and passing through have always been a darker brown color, just kind of like the Patterson. But the Patterson film doesn't really give you a real detail of color like you do, or well, like you would see. These guys are experts. I call them experts in, you know, being able to hide in the woods, and they're very hard to see when they're there. They could be 15, 20 feet away from you, and unless they do something, you're not even know they're going to be there. Unless they stink or make some vocalations, you're not going to know they're there.
So as far as like some other features, so the skin that is exposed, so like on the face, on the hands, is that does that tend to be like blackish? Does it tend to be another color? Like the exposed skin, what color have you seen? It like a consistent color? Have you seen variation there? Or?
Well, Zinc, on that one, it's hard to answer you on it because I couldn't really give you a good answer on that, because we've never been able to really focus on their faces. A lot of times that I've seen them, I have not. They have not looked directly at us, or looked at me directly. So when we do see them, they're on the move. They're on a glimpse. Um, a lot of times it's in the dark. So I really can't give you a real good answer on that one. And I think that's only fair because not everything is perfect, right? And we're already battling the elements or the camouflage, the trees, the shades, all of that takes in. You got to count all that in the types of day, the sunlight that's beaming through. You hear a lot of people have visuals, but the sun's behind you, or so it's like a silhouette that's standing in front of them, so they don't really get a good glimpse. So there's a lot of things that are there. Um, when we seen the footprints and stuff like that, how can I say this, because it's not the color. I want to say that there's a lot of fatty tissue on the bottom of their feet, and people will say, well, how can they be so quiet in the woods being so big or so heavy? I did a test one time, and I put on fly boots, and I made my wife sit on the edge of the logging road. I went about 2 kilometers up the logging road and walked around through the woods, and I'm a big heavy guy, and I walked up to her in complete silence, and she never knew I was there until I was about a foot behind her.
Yeah, because like I was thinking of the Gimlin film, the Patterson Gimlin film there in particular. It seems that like yeah, they might have like slightly hairless faces, right? Like, yeah, are they hairless? Like, and like you said, you haven't seen any, but yeah, that's always the question, right? Are they? Because there is a disease. What is the disease like? Where people actually will grow the hair like on like all parts of their face, even up on their nose, almost like a cat or a dog, right? So I'm always curious. Yeah, like are they hairier than say chimpanzees, or less hairy, or somewhere in between? Like that's what parts are kind of
Let me give
exposed.
let me give you an answer to that one, because this is an encounter that I had outside my window. So again, you might not believe this, but this is a true story. So I thought I had a big, huge bear problem, and I'd leave garbage on the deck, and the bears would take it. And I did have a bear problem. So I couldn't leave my garbage on the deck. So one day I left some bags. It was about 4 or 5 bags. I forgot that I was supposed to take it to the dump, and it was in the back of my pickup truck. And my bedroom window was facing my backyard, and my pickup truck was parked in my backyard. I had a little parking spot back there, and so I was woken up about 1:30 in the morning hearing this rustling around, and I had a big, huge 2,000-watt candle light. You know those ones you used to be able to buy at Canadian Tire that were orange with the big, huge battery in it. Well, I opened my window and I shone that out, and boom, the beam hit this creature right all over his body, hit his head, and he ducked down immediately. And but I seen his hand and his fingers. Now the the if I could say that the skin was dark on that, I'd be guessing it because it happened very quickly. But what stuck out in my mind at that time, Zink, was this: how stringy the hair was on its arm. Not that it was like a thick coat like a bear, but more like a stringier hair. And it ducked down, and the next place that I saw it was underneath because the way the angle was, I could see him underneath the back of the truck, and he was squatting down, and he squatted backwards all the way back into the bush, and that was like a minute and a half, 2 minute visual on this creature, but it was blocked mostly by the pickup truck. But I was pushing him because I had this bright, huge light, right? This big, huge spotlight, and that's the only reason I got that I could see the hair on his arm because the light was shining right through it.
So that does bring up a question. So what are the hours of operation here? Are they more active at night? Are they more active like at dusk and dawn? Like that's technically what like house cats are. It's what's the word, like crepuscular, meaning that yeah they're not really nocturnal. They're very active like when the sun comes up when it goes down. So what have you found? Do you find that they have any sort of rhythm there, or is it more opportunistic? Or
No, definitely they're nocturnal. Okay, for sure they're nocturnal. Um, but we've encountered them during the day, like at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Uh, Sometimes they're on the move, and I think they're on the move at that time because somebody or something has disturbed them and they want to get away from like people or whatever. We have come up to them, and this is one of the things I've always thought of it this way. We ran into Sasquatches laying down in patches of salal bushes, and I've always wondered why would they want to lay down in the salal bush. And the only thing I can come up with is maybe the salal has some kind of thing that would maybe get rid of ticks, bugs. I don't know. And I'm only guessing at that. I don't know.
how do you spell that? I'm not familiar with that bush.
Salal, Salae is, I'm not, but it's got a berry, a blue berry on it, and they come ready to eat in the fall time around September. The natives would pick them, and they're very bitter. But the more you leave them in the cold, they're like grape, like a fine grape or whatever. The sweeter they'll get. People pick them to put in bouquets and flowers.
So is it like a stinging bush? Is it uncomfortable
No, no,
or
no. It's a leafy berry bush, but it grows all over the West Coast.
okay? And you find that they lay down on them when they're bare of berries. Like are they just
Oh,
laying in the berries and getting covered in berry juice? Or
no, no. This is more during the summertime, more during the springtime. Um, So, are they around those bushes during the fall time? Yes, and I believe that they probably eat them and stuff like that for sure. But I just never understood why they really would lay in them. And now they grow thick and they're like blackberries, but they don't have any thorns. They're more wooded. They're more like a woodier plant and stuff like that. So I've the encounters that we've had, we found them around Oregon grape bushes. We found them a lot around salmon, blackberries and salmon berries, and then the salal and the salal berry. So
and so when you found these bushes, like they'd actually just like laid directly on top of it and pretty much like crushed it down, or they kind of like kind of like moved into, like, you know what I mean? Like, what do you mean? Like when they lay in the bush? Like,
Well, okay, so here's an encounter. We were in this area. We're on the side of a slope. We're low, close to the ocean, and we disturbed this creature. He got up and he moved. We didn't get to see him. He got up and he moved. He knocked and then he vocalized really, really loud. And then he moved away from us. He didn't go away from us completely. He just moved away from us. And we were able to see where he was because within the bush, I mean, they can grow up to 2 miles in length, these bushes, right? All along the side of the mountain or the shoreline or wherever they are. They're thick. But you could see where it was all pushed down in the middle of it. You could see the body outlay laying down there. And this brings me back to when I first found that nest I told you about up in the mountain where me and my buddies we thought we saw something or we couldn't really explain it right. Is it kind of, do they use it in that fashion away? Do they use it for comfort? Who knows?
okay, and it's just, yeah, it's, I'd never heard of this bush. I'm just trying to think, like, yeah, do they lay on it or something like that? So, there was something I was going to. You've covered a bunch of things, so I have a bunch of questions. So actually, here's the most important one, I think, and we can come back to some of these other ones. But the smell. So like this is one that comes up quite often. So, what are your thoughts on the smell? I mean, just kind of go there because this is actually a very distinctive thing that people describe. Kind of the way to know that you're, near one or anything like that. So
Now they say that the great apes give off a musky smell, right? And the only time bears can give off a smell too. You got to cover all your bases because, like I used to tell people, okay, so you gotta if you don't get a visual and you think that you're having an encounter with a Sasquatch, you've got to take everything you can to disprove that you had that encounter. And if there's nothing else that's there and it still stands out, then you're able to prove or at least assume that you had an encounter with a Sasquatch. So is the musky smell, dog leg dirtiness, that's what we refer to, smell, but it's a strong it's a it's a strong, I can only explain it this way. It's a strong musky smell and you don't get it all the time. What is it created from? Is it hey, look, I'm the sexiest Sasquatch in the bush? I don't know. Is it warden trying to warn you off? Does it discreet that? Is it the oils? Is it because it's dirty? Is it because it's sweaty? I don't know. um, have gone up and touched one and probe probe through its hair to figure it out. But that's part of the encounters that we've had, and that doesn't happen all the time. It actually is very, very seldom that we've been ever get that smell.
did you notice it more particular in a certain season? Is it more summer? Is it more winter?
Yeah, it's more in the middle of the summertime and stuff that we've always picked that smell up.
And how warm does it get in this region? Like in the summer there? What is the temperature? Just out of
Well,
curiosity.
on average, it's from 23 to maybe 27 degrees. During August, September, you can get it up to 30 degrees during the daytime. So it's not overly hot. It's so. Um, Sometimes, I've had other people tell me when they've been out with me, uh, when we usually take groups of people out, we'll designate them in certain areas. And so some people have come back and said, I've had this real, real bad smell. And is the group? Oh, okay. Sorry, there was something clicking there. So you
Oh,
know,
sorry, that's me.
so probably in the middle of summer, late summer, we get these smells. But again, could they happen earlier or later? For sure, they could. Again, we're only speculating and we're only theorizing, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. Because I'm trying to think now. Do you notice? Because it brings up a question of seasonality, which a lot of, because how cold does it get in this particular region? Like what's like the wintertime temperatures there?
Well, the wintertime it ranges from probably between 10 and you know, on an average 5 degrees, which is what 32 is freezing for you guys in the states. So which would be minus 30 or
Yeah,
not
-5 is about like low
32
20s. Yeah.
degrees, which is zero for you guys. So we're looking at, in January we're going to have 1 or 2, maybe 3 degrees. In November we're going to have between 10 and 5 degrees. February we're going to warm up. Some days we'll have 14 degrees down to 7 degrees at night. So that should give you a good idea.
Now, the one we discussed earlier, the one that you saw his arm, and you said the hair was kind of stringy, kind of thinner than you would have expected. Was that a summer encounter?
That was actually more of a fall encounter, to be honest with you.
Okay, because I was trying to think, like, do you find that the hair is, thicker during the colder months, or like, is there? Do you notice like sort of a season, right? Like with many animals, especially hairier animals, right? They shed a lot of that hair or whatever, when it gets warmer.
Yeah, zinc. I couldn't give you an answer to that because I don't know. Um, Again, I can only speculate. They're going to have thicker hair in the wintertime.
Yeah, well, I guess so. That's another thing. So we've mentioned like you found footprints, you found other indications. Have you found fur in any of your sort of?
Yeah, we've found some hair, and we've taken some hair samples, and I've given them on to a guy in Alberta. Just trying to remember his name. He had his own lab, a private lab, and they didn't really come back with really any good answer about if it was not non there, was it primatal, was it chimpanzee. He did say one time on one of the samples that they did a little bit of a DNA, well, not a little bit of a DNA test, but they did a bit of a DNA test on it, and he says that the DNA test came back with one chromosome. Now I've difference than from a chimpanzee or something like this, and I've heard it in the other way around too. So I don't know if he was really on his money there, because most DNA laboratories and stuff like that, and it's quite costly to do that. He had extra stuff because he was doing some cases for the police and stuff. So I don't think it ever came down to a definitive what it was. Um, and I'm just trying to remember his names. I like to give out names because we want people to know that you can say, "Am I bullshitting you, or am I not bullshitting you?" So that's the importance of giving out names here.
Yeah, no, for sure. And if you want to collect those names, I can then post them on the streams there later for people to verify. If you kind of come up with a list of those later, like I said, right now, yeah, it's just a conversation, so we can follow up on that later. But so I guess because I am kind of curious about the seasonal behavior, like what you see seasonally. So like with that bush, with them laying in those salal bushes, did you find that a certain season, or do they? Do they? Yeah, well, you said they're not very active in winter, but do you find them doing it more summer, more spring? And of course, this is just when you find them. I know, but like,
Well, let me say this. So that area we constantly, during the summer through the spring and through the fall time, had them in that area. We visit that area so much, and you should know this. And let me back up a little bit to the experience in the truck with the hair. We also got an eye shine, or a reflectant back from the eye, the pupils of the eyes, when that light hit. And that, I need people to understand that and know that, because a lot of people go out and say, "Oh, I had this creature look at me," and then you see these YouTube videos out there with these color coded eyes or whatever, right? And they come out really bright red, or they come out gray, or a shiny silver color. Well, if you research deer and stuff like that, those white silvery colors, that's deer. Those bright red eyes can, or greenish. I'm just trying to remember exactly what I've read. They come out to be like wolves or cats, but this had an orangey yellowish color when it came back, and I want people to know that. And the spectrum on eye shine, or the pupils that come from light hitting them, Now, I think my dogs are green. I'm not sure. I can't remember exactly, but it's important to research that and understand those things, because that's another point of, are what you seeing or what you're not seeing in the woods actually what you think they are is. To going back, and this is why we, another reason why we say, the territorial areas that they're in. This one area that we had these encounters in, that these animals were there from summer to winter, and then they would disappear during the when this, if we had a heavy snowfall or something like that. I did find prints in the snow. I still have those prints. I have to. It's on an old hard drive that died, but I've never gotten rid of my hard drives, for that fact, because there's a lot of information, a lot of sound, a lot of recorded vocals and stuff on these things. Um, but we did have, and this is funny when I say this, but the Chapman Creek area was a like a line, like a territorial line, and we did hear one night a clash between these creatures. And this is what I said when I was talking about the old man, that I tell this story. We had this really, it sounded like the 4th of July, but it wasn't firecrackers. It was pounding on trees and these vocals, and it actually bothered the neighborhood. Everybody could hear it and didn't know what it was, and we knew what it was, and it was like a battle. It was like a fight, like when two great apes or groups of great apes get together and they're battling over territorial things. And it was just like that, in such a sense that it lasted for about 45 to 50 minutes, and then it was dead silent. The one thing is where we were visually seeing this creature, gray guy, or he would follow us when we'd walk and stuff. He disappeared, and now it's almost like a fiction story when I say this, but we believe that creature was killed that night. Could that be possible? Where could there be the bones? Where could have been the flesh? The body. uh, you know Nobody goes out. I mean, there is a point of fearness to walk in the woods alone by yourself, or to go in the bush when you're by yourself. Now, have I done that? I have. I sat at trees at night with no with nothing else but a tracksuit on, so that I could be very, very quiet, in a recorder, trying to pick up vocal sounds and stuff like that. And I learned a lot from that. But a lot of people that do and have come into the woods to do that with me, they get very, very scared, because we do have some great encounters. I had this guy from Fort Mac, and he was a welder inspector up there. He came down. He thought he'd maybe see a footprint, but he actually got a full vigil this one night, and we had to leave the area because he was so scared and frightened. He actually started to cry about it, because one, he was overwhelmed and excited and happy that this happened, but he was terrified too, because he was no more than probably about 10 to 12 feet away from the creature.
And so when you found fur, like, did you ever find it in those bushes? Like, it's very curious to me, these bushes, I guess, like, cause yeah, it's sort of a strange nest or behavior, something. And it seems like it's kind of something. So like when you found, have you ever found fur clinging to those bushes after they leave, or?
Where we found most of our fur, and I'll tell you, we found these huts, these where sticks were built into, like a little. You could think it was like a little tiny shelter and stuff. But when we really looked at the area, what we found in this area, and this is going to surprise you guys because nobody talks about this. We found, we thought at first, were deer rubs. Now, anybody that hunts, we all look for deer rubs, right? But what's shocking on the deer rubs, usually the branches are all broken and the tree's a bit messed, right? In these, we noticed that the branches weren't broken, and the needles in that, they were in pine trees, small pine trees, weren't all messed up. We found like the bark was stripped in such a way, not that it was stripped like a squirrel would do, or to make a nest or whatever, we actually could see fingernail marks, thumb marks that stripped this stuff away, and it was still like the I'm trying to think of the word for it. In between the bark and the tree, there's that smoothness there, and you could actually see fingernail marks stripping this down, and they were to 10 to 12 inches long, and it looked just like a deer rub, but and it was on a game trail. But along the game trail were all these trees that were crisscross laid out. And now it wasn't like in a big pattern; they were just crisscross laid out. And this is where we found one deer laying off on the side with a broken leg. And this is what we begin to theorize. We found these bowling-like size rocks. We found these like shelters we thought were shelters at the time, but they were no more than 4.5, 5 feet tall. And when I stepped into one, and I have pictures of these, um, all we could think of was they were taking these bowling ball like size rocks, and when these deer would move through the area, they would nail them on their side or anything. And if they went to try to run, they would break their legs through the crisscross. Now, this was about a foot and a bit. Now, deer hop, right? You have to take all this into account and count. But if you injure the deer, could the deer now not just hop and move out of its way, or would it would just run, directly run? And if it did that, and stepped in amongst this stuff, could it break its leg? Well, like I said, we found this one deer. It wasn't. It was just a not a just a carcass, but a skeleton of one, but it had a broken leg, and that's why we theorized that they may have hunted this way and did this. Nobody talks about that.
Well, because that does, yeah. If they're hunters, now you did say they're nocturnal, so yeah, do they, ambush predator on these things, right? Just kind of stalk them in the woods and kill them as they're sleeping. But yeah, because how have you moved? How fast would you have you seen these things? Can these things really run, or is it always just kind of that lope that you've seen, or do they seem like they could provide any speed there or anything like that? Right.
Well, I'll finish off with the deer thing, the crisscrossing of the wood and stuff. Now, again, what I want to say to that is, again, that's only a theory. There's no proof, no hard evidence. What we just said to be a proof, but you finished it up for me as they're nocturnal and could have been an ambush. And these are the things you look for, right? Now, the speed that they moved. We would get followed up along the power line when we were walking in, and they really had an interest when we walked with the kids. You would get glimpses of them on the side of inside the bush, and so I went in there later to see where they were walking, and there was actually an old road that paralleled the power line road, and so they could move really fast, because once if we approached them, they would move away from us, and it would take them no time at all to move away. um and this is when sometimes when you spook them, they'll they'll move really quickly, and they'll step on branches and break things. Like when I would hide behind stumps and we knew they're in the area, say we would knock and we make vocals, they would answer back. And then I would bring people and say, this is what you have to do. You have to hide behind a stump. You have to be patient. Make the vocal. They know you're there because that's why they're knocking. They're indicating that you're there. But when they can't see you or hear you, they're curious. They got to come and try to find you. And this is where we've gotten glimpses and stuff. And this is where at times where we've caught them off guard, where they'll come and they'll try to sneak up, they'll crouch, they'll move, but then they'll make their mistakes, and they'll be super quiet, but they'll hit that odd branch that snaps. And then things like we would do, we'd make a big loop, we call it hoop noise. It almost sounds like, sometimes, some people said, it sounds like what do they call those ducks that are in lakes? They're not really ducks; they dive down loons. Sorry, or loony. I don't. Just bear with me. Sometimes there's so much information I'm thinking about. Um, so we make kind of like a loony noise, and they would take off, and that's when you'd hear them like break through the bush. But can they move? They move incredibly fast.
So when it comes, so kind of going back to that Patterson Gimlin film, right? So that one's moving in quite an open area. Um, and what is your speculation? Why would you think that that particular animal, or why do these animals move out of the forest cover into kind of a more exposed area? Like you said, you saw the one from the beach there. Um, w- can they move out fast out? Like it seems like they should be able to, but do they really move fast outside of the forest, or are they kind of, yeah? Like, do they move fast inside the forest? Like, I guess that's the thing. Like, their modes of movement there. Do they climb? Have you noticed them climbing or indications of climbing? Or
Um, I've never noticed any in a tree or anything like that, or climbed a tree. No. Um, Let me. How do I answer the one? The one down going into the inlet. They're usually moving in there at night. The odd time they'll be at the dim the in the summer. You have that 10, 11 o'clock where it's just coming to get dark. These creatures like when I would brought someone into an area, I would make them sit there for 4 hours before, literally 4 hours before. I wouldn't let them have a bag of chips. I wouldn't let them smoke. I wouldn't let them do anything. And they had to have cloth uh, clothing on. No wool, no neon or not neon, but the plastic stuff or whatever,
polyester?
polyester. Making anything that made a noise like a human being, I strictly prohibited it. Even to if you had to eat something before that 4 hours, you take everything out, you put it on a cloth, cotton cloth on the ground or on the table, just to deaden the noise. And we'd sit there and you could actually hear, you could probably hear the guy next to you, the the blood pumping in his ear. How you get, and you can hear your own for sure, and you can hear each other breathe. But when we did that, we were able to have incredible encounters, or listen to them and hear them moving through the forest. And so the time that it would become dusk, sometimes it would happen right at dusk, but a lot of times it would start happening around, later in September. You got that 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock when it's completely dark. Um, or sometimes it didn't happen till 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, but you had to stay completely silent. Just like if you're in a deer stand, or if you're in a deer hut, you're hunting, you're sitting in a log and slash, and you want to be quiet. You don't want to be walking along the trail line. You just want to be invisible, right? Well, we would hide behind berry bushes, and we would sit there in lawn chairs, and we would just be completely silent, and until the encounters would happen. Um, I'm trying to. I think I answered that question, didn't I?
Yeah, I think so. So yeah, I'm just kind of looking through here. Um, Now, an interesting one you brought up before, and yeah, like since you've kind of identified the nocturnal, and I hadn't thought about this. This is actually one I will dive down. The eye shine, the light, the vision. If they're nocturnal, right? And of course, anybody who owns a cat, right? The way the cat's eyes reflect and things like that. So, um, what else could you, so like with that eye shine, what do you think is indicative in that eye shine? How does that differ from human eye shine? If you want to dive on that one a bit more, because I'm looking
Well,
in.
a lot of people say they can give off their own glow from their eyes. I completely disagree with it. I've never had that happen. I've only have had it happen a couple times where they are off in the woods and something was reflective. Um, so it's like a dog. You don't see the dog's eyes until you shine a light on it, and then it reflects a different color. And I think it's green, if I'm right. So I've had people that have been in the woods, and a bright moon can give an animal a reflected light out of an animal's eye. And I had this one guy from Calgary. He was a lawyer, and he's on the radio with me. He says, "Yeah, this animal, this creature just passed us by, and his eye shine was a grayish color." And I went, "Yeah, well, that's not a Sasquatch. It's basically had a deer walk by you." And so, do these creatures have the ability to reflect their own glowing eyes? And I just completely disagree. But can the moon do it? Can a bright moon and that do it? For sure, for sure it can. Especially if you're in a dark area and you have the moon that's out completely straight out. Uh, it can reflect into a creature's eyes and reflect back to you, or you know in that spectrum. But the one like at the truck was an orangey yellowish type. It was an odd color that I'd never seen before. So, and I've never seen it or read about it before. So that's all I can say about that.
Would you say that their eyes seem larger, or that the because I don't know where the eye shine really affects, like when you were dealing with deer. Like, is it indicative? Does there seem to be like, do they have very human eyes, or does there seem to be something like, do they have more eye, right? Like, you know,
So
relatively speaking.
what you're asking is, do they have more pupil than like our human eye, like our center eye is our pupil, right?
Yeah, I guess. Is there any sort of adaptation that make, because of course human beings can actually operate quite well at night if they're skilled at it,
That's
right? So it could be entirely just a training thing, right? Of course, these are intelligent animals, so that wouldn't be surprised. But have you seen anything that indicates sort of a
so.
better vision
So
at night?
on that question, Zink, you gotta you know, can I answer that reasonably, or determine a yes or no to that, or explain it so much? Not really, but here's where you have to put thought into sense. You try walking through a forest with logs and branches and everything. Be silent, not trip and fall, break your leg, or injure yourself in such a way without a flashlight, and with somehow these creatures can walk through a forest silently at night, not be heard, and sneak up on you or sneaking across a road. So the question has to be then, how is that done? Now the pupil has to be very large and be able to take little light that is out there in, and then they move. What we have found in this is, during when the sun is out during the summertime, or not the sun, I'm sorry, the moon. When there is a full moon, we get tons of activity, and I believe it's because it's allowing them to see a little bit better. When it is very very dark, and it's a full, what do they call, how do they call it, a dark moon or whatever, I don't know.
I
We
think a
find
new moon. I think a new
a new,
moon.
yeah, that's right, a new moon. We find the activity is very little, and they're not moving as much. So it makes you want to say, obviously, the pupils must be large. It must be able to take in the sunlight, and or not sunlight, sorry, the moonlight, and use it to their benefit. Now, am I going to be right in what I just said there? I couldn't tell you if I am or if I'm not. But this is what we have found.
Well, I mean, I bring this up again because going back to my sort of fundamental thesis on all this, right? That the major difference, the driving force of difference between humans and the Bigfoot is their lack of fire, and of course our embracing of fire, right? And of course, what does fire do? It provides warmth, right? That's why we have less body hair. But the other thing that it would do, right, is that, yeah, is that we rely heavily on fire to kind of light things at night and everything else. And so, yeah, I just kind of wanted to kind of look on that, like, yeah, like if these creatures operate without fire and are largely nocturnal, what kind of adaptations, both both physiologically, but also, like I said, culturally, right? Like, like anybody who doesn't know, right? Like when you're out in the darkness and in the bush, right? Like actually, the way to look at things is not directly with the uh, the uh, the cones of your eyes, right? When you stare at something directly, you actually look indirectly with your peripheral vision. So you look just above something peripherally, and the cones of your eyes, which are outside in that peripheral vision, are actually much more like low light sensitive. So if you're ever out, in dark conditions, that's one way that people are trained to adapt to that. So it's both a cultural and a physical thing that you can adapt to these things. So that's one thing I wanted to bring up. Yeah, just a thought that I had. Now it does bring up another thing. Now I don't know if you're familiar with it. There's a few cases of it out there, and it's something that happens. Like there was a documentary or just a special like about like this kid who he was born blind, completely blind, and he would go around clicking. Right, he would click his sound, and pretty much he pretty much had like a form of like echolocation. Like he could see, now he couldn't see things with detail, and they kind of showed the limitations, but he could kind of like tell, like he'd be out there like skating around and everything, right? Because he could tell there was cars and stuff. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but it is something documented. Like you can look it up, like human echolocation blind, and so they'll have this ability. And essentially, what happens? They've even done studies on this that if you take a person, you blindfold them for a week, they do like brain studies of them before and brain studies after, and the vision part of their brain after this study will be much more activated when they hear things, right? So even in just that short amount of time, even for these were adults, I think in their 20s and 30s, right, when the brain is usually less adaptable than it is at that young age, you'll find that the brain, if it's lacking stimulus in one part of the brain that's expecting stimulus, right? So from this case, the ocular portions of the ocular lobes of the brain are at the back of the head. Yeah, we're much more stimulated by, so you can kind of see how the brain adapts to these things. And so, why am I bringing this up? So the question there is, yeah, like, what is the relationship with sound and stuff like that? What have you noticed, like when it comes to the way they kind of interact? Because of course we know that they listen, they're very quiet and everything else like that. And then we'll get to the other thing, but and the knocking and all that. But yeah, just generally, like
Yes.
what's your perception
Yeah,
of their?
I think you got a twofold question here, because one is is their sense of hearing very sensitive? Yes, it is. I believe that they can pick out sounds that we can't pick out. Um, Now, when you say about the blindness and the child, the echoing and stuff, some people say that these creatures have infrasound, like maybe like crocodiles, or um, they think elk has infrasound. They think that hippos have infrasound and stuff like this. Um, Possibly people think this because they feel that they can't move at times. If they have a this creature, they're stuck. They can't move. But I think that is comes to a fold of fear. When people get fearful, they'll clam up. They can't move. But on the sight thing, and can they detect? I think in this, okay, so what we've learned is that when an area that we've um, studied in with these creatures, and it was fully treed, they moved throughout the trees, and they moved a lot on their game trails. So I would say because it's like you can go out of your house and it's dark out, but you can walk down the side of your house and put the bag of garbage out and walk back without putting the light on, because you know it. You understand where you're stepping, unless the kid puts the toy there and then you trip over and get mad at the kid. Um, but in their forest, I believe that they have their roots and stuff that they remember and they know, and that doesn't mean that they can't see. I believe they can see, but they know the forest very well. And why we say that is because when they log the forest, and even on the outside, say on the logging road, there could be lots of forest, like maybe 30 feet in or whatever, and there's still forest there. They will not enter that slash. Will not go in the slash. They'll go around it, and they'll make sure where they want to go. They'll make sure they get around that slash into it, and make sure they go into through the trees and then in. Now, some people, pilots and that, have said they've seen them running up in Prince George and stuff like that, and and seeing them running through fields and stuff like that. And I can see that. And but they're heading, guess where they're heading for? The next group of trees. So like I said, that's probably a twofold question you had there, and that's what we have found. And so could it be they have this ability to, like you said, with the kid hearing and everything, can put things together? Possibly. I mean, it's something that we speculate on, but we don't know for sure.
Well, because it actually just now my cat wandered in and you made me think. So in particular, when I'd asked the question about the skin on their face, you said that even when you see them and they're obviously observing you, they're turned away from you, right? You said that often, even when they're obviously observing you, they actually aren't facing directly at you, staring at you. They're kind of turned away, right?
Let me use this example for you. There in 2015, I think it was, there was this stump picture that came out, and the guy said, "Yeah, it was a Sasquatch, and it's directly looking at him over the stump." Well, that never happens like that. It never ever happens to that point. And plus, that picture was photoshopped. And if you go look at that picture, and you go into the world's hairiest man, you can see the guy photoshopped that picture also and put it in there. And so this is the reason I hate the internet for this. This is the sick parasites that are out there that ruin something that is legit, and it makes it a big mockery and a joke. And I can't stand it, right? But when they're in the woods, I mean, I had this one camper say to me one time. I warned them. I said they were from Germany, and they said, "Hey, man, we have Sasquatches here." I was laughing at them. I said, I'm really serious, but you might take it as a bit of a joke. You know, you could have an encounter here." And so the guy didn't have a tent, and he was sleeping out in the sleeping bag, and there was a stump there. And this is the reason why I'm telling this story. The creature came up behind the stump and rose up, but the guy says the creature never looked, didn't look at him, and kept moving. And then when he went to get up and approach, the creature moved away, but yet didn't move, just didn't just leave. He kind of was there, but every time he went to go closer, he couldn't really get a great visual on it. And he asked me, and he said it was a reddish colored. And he asked me if we had bears that were that color, and I kind of laughed at him. I said, "So you had your first Sasquatch experience?" And he was still shaking his head, going, I don't know, I don't think so." And then when I took him around to that stump to the ground was almost 8 feet. So this creature, if his head was above and he came up and above it, he must have climbed up a little bit or stood up, that he was able to get a glimpse of just the head part of that creature. So that means that creature was above 8 feet tall.
So the reason I bring it up because, like I said, so I have my cat, and my cat is a rather inaffectionate, passive aggressive cat. But she'll purposely come into a room, sit there, and face away from me. Now I know she's looking at me because, of course, I'll make a sound, and her ears will be pointed directly back at me. But it's a weird game they play, right? Anybody who has a cat knows, like, they're actually making eye contact with a cat, and like blinking at them like shows them, like, affection and trust, but like actually staring into a cat's eyes will like unnerve them, right? They find that very unnerving. So oftentimes, like I said, they're staring at you by not looking at you, right? They'll specifically stare away from you, but they're like listening for you, right? It's almost like they're seeing you with, yeah, like their sound, right? They almost prefer, so it's very, and it's actually even something like, even as like if you were to see me right now as we're talking, as I think it's a habit I have where I will purposely close my eyes as I'm thinking about something, right? Because it allows me to better sort of concentrate and not get distracted. So I'm almost curious, like, yeah, it's just a speculation, but yeah, like if you have, things like this where, yeah, they have a very good night vision, but even that they want to operate entirely by sound, right? They could almost look away, kind of let their eyes gloss over, and then focus on you purely auditorily, right? Like that's just like a speculation I'm having based on cat behavior. But even, like I said, the way I think about things sometimes, like I find it easier to like close my eyes when I'm actually concentrating on a concept. You know what I'm saying? Like almost like, does it seem like they're looking at you by facing away from you like a cat would?
Well,
Is that
you're making a good point to me, because I've never really looked at it in that way. And I think what you're saying is a really good point, because I used to say to myself, I can't see them, but they can see me. or are they seeing me or hearing me? But yet I'm sitting there being very, very quiet. And they're not really hearing me. So are they be able to see me? So is it like a cat? Like and that's a good observation to say, hey, is it possible that this is what's happening out there? That's a good point. I kind of like it, but I don't know if I can't give it. I can't say this is what they have done. But when you have these experiences in these encounters, there has to, how can they locate you so easily when say they'll be in a valley and you'll be on another side. Now, you know, a lot of times where we're at, some we would hear them, or they would hear us, or they would knock, and we couldn't get a visual on them at all. And when we afterwards we go into the area where they were, and we follow through and the lay of the land, and we'd find that they're working up and down these valleys inside the forest. And but they would know where we were at every time. And if we moved, they moved and kept us in check. I had a phone call that came from Georgia, from the what is it called? The military there, the National Guard, and a guy named Matt Pewitt had gotten them to call me, and one of their, I don't know, there was a sergeant or whatever, and they had some kind of encounter, and they asked me a bunch of questions. They asked me if they could buy me an airplane ticket and bring me down. This is the National Guard in Georgia, believe it or not. This is a true story. And I said no, but I said, listen, I just give me the area that you're in and describe it to me, and I'll take a look at Google Maps at the time, and I'll tell you what you need to do. And so I described to them the valleys and stuff that was on Google Earth, and I said, you guys need to work up through these valleys, and you need to get behind on if there's any valleys that are there. And now I'm not talking about huge big valleys. I'm just talking about the lay of the land. And when they did this, they were able to get, I believe that they got visual. I can't remember if they did or didn't, but they found several footprints. And it was like they were shocked at that what I told them and how to do it, that they were able to do this. And so again, here's another point of the story is how were they, and they, what they said to me in there, and I have to tell you this, is that they said they'd never been tactically outmoved like this, and they didn't know what it was. And Matt Hewitt at the time was getting me to explain it to them. And when they found the footprints, and I did believe that they did get a visual through goggles or whatever it was, they were just shocked. And so again, how can they do that without being able to hear, see, or smell?
Well, because this actually it's it's a theme. I don't know how much you've seen it, but it's a theme like in Asian and like Japanese, Chinese anime, like of the blind swordsman, right? He lures you into the forest because in the forest there's so much sound saturating it that he can see you just by your every movement, right? And even if you have like the low light aside, right? The forest, the line of sight is very short, right? Some of these forests are very thick, so it seems like regardless of their vision that they would be very auditorial, like a lot of these animals are, right, like deer and other forest critters, right, because the line of sight is so short that it almost makes sense, and that you could actually act on quite a lot of information if you have this sort of almost kind of echolocation, like I said, like the blind swordsman running through the forest there. They can hear things, the rustle of the trees, right, they have an almost 3D 360-degree vision of the forest there, right? Like there would be a benefit to that sort of perceptual way of mapping, right? It's just something that I'm thinking of.
There's this expedition we were on. It was a BFRO moneymaker expedition on the Sunshine Coast, and we we went into this one area, and we were coming up from a lake, up a road, and me and a guy named Dave Bruce, he's out of Calgary, um, and another guy, Chris, and I'm trying to think of the other guy's name. Anyways, we ended up hearing these knocks, but what we noticed before we heard the knocks was this crow, and it was flying in a circle. Not a crow, a raven. It was flying in a circle. Now, there's ravens and crows are different. So for those people who don't know that, so anyways, it was kept flying in a circle, but it was following this creature up, and he started to knock, and he ended up in this alder brush, and we have video of this where Dave has the video. I shouldn't say I do. He has the video of it where the trees are all being shook and he's making a lot of noise. And all of a sudden, this bear comes flying out of the bush and it ends up 10 feet away from us in a bush. We all thought the bear was coming at us. We thought maybe it was a bear. But once the bear came out of the bush, he was hiding from it. And it was sitting there making a bunch of noise, a bunch of vocals. And we were just getting glimpses of it in along the tree, but it never came out of the trees. And it was a heck of a great experience. But again, there it was. It heard us and knew where we were before we knew it was even there. And one of the things I wanted to tell the group here is a lot of times that the like the squirrels and stuff like that, they will give off sounds and they'll indicate that there's something around and stuff like that. They have their little warning chirps and stuff like that. And it's really, really good to identify and learn these things so that you know that there are other animals or other people in an area. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So the one thing that is curious to me, so you've never found any indication of climbing from these creatures?
Never.
Because it's I guess that's is I'm trying because of course we know bear, right, probably the most similar creature out there in the forest to them is bears, and bears are quite active climbers, even large bears. Now of course these are large animals, but there are large trees there. And of course that is what distinguishes human beings and these creatures from normal great apes. Most great apes are much more active, and of course the foot physiognomy of both human beings and of Sasquatch indicates that these are, yeah, we're much more comfortable on the ground than we are in trees. But of course from time to time human beings do things in the tree. So it is curious to me that, yeah, they don't seem to have any affinity for climb. And this is just me kind of thinking out here, just that kind of curiosity, right? Like that they're rather adamant about not climbing.
I've heard other stories of them climbing. Um, there's a book called Clayton Mack, and he believes there's two types of creatures in the forest. He's out of Balacula. He calls the one the Sasquatches, and it's a great book to read. I don't read other people's stuff because I don't want to taint myself when we're in you know researching this stuff. But I did read this Clayton Mack book as it was given to me, and he called these other ones. He called them the knuckle walkers, and he believed that they did climb up in the trees. Now, why I mention that is because I don't want people to think that they don't climb because we never seen them climb or we never had any evidence that they did climb. Um, so again, like I said, there's no experts out there, so we don't know. So we can't say they do or they don't, and it would be unrighteous to say something that we cannot verify or prove completely. You know what I mean? So I just want people to know that could they? I mean, they would be very. I believe that they're a very tremendously strong animal. What do they say? A chimpanzee is 10 times stronger, or a gorilla is 10 times stronger than a man.
Yeah, no, exactly. And so I guess the reason that this comes to my mind, and I wasn't, there was a couple of, but I'm just going to go with these, and we can circle back on things. But since we've brought it up, so are you familiar with the legends of the Wendigo and whatnot? Right.
I am
It's
a little bit, but no, not really.
So it's more of a Cree thing. Now, I'm fairly familiar with, mostly familiar with it from a story that was written about 100 years ago by a British guy named oh, I can't think of the name right now, but it's called the Wendigo. Black something, yeah, Algernon Blackwood, right? So he had worked for a while, kind of in northern Ontario for a couple of years, like kind of like I can't remember what he was doing, but then he moved back and he became a writer. But so he was kind of familiar, and so he'd obviously communicated with. But yeah, so the Wendigo, and now funny enough, when I ran that space, I have to go find. I think it's a recorded space. It might actually be the first recorded book space I did there. I will have to go and find it. But this guy came in and he had like a native wife and he had like native family and stuff like that, and so he was talking about it. Now interestingly enough, he brought up certain details about the Wendigo that I'd seen mentioned in this book by Algernon Blackwood. It's a fictional story, but it kind of covers it, but that I'd never seen actually mentioned anywhere on like what little information I could find online. The most important one being this very distinctive smell, but then there's also this thing that it kind of moves across the treetops very quickly, moves across the treetops, has a very distinctive smell. And that's usually right. Like he'd say, like his uncle would be like, "Oh, I'm, there's a sneaky wind out there," and that usually meant he was done hunting and they were going to go home because this creature for them is very devilish, right? It is, yeah, a pure evil thing, right? And you don't want to mess with it. Um, it eats humans, there's even a cannibalistic psychosis that's associated with this. Now the reason I sort of bring this up, because now the one guy was like mentioning, right, so as far as you can tell they don't have any sort of predatory nature toward humans or anything like that, right? Are you there, Faith? Can't hear you if you're speaking.
Oh, sorry, I was speaking with my mic on off. I mean, so my first reply to you is a definite no. But um, we had this lady go missing on the Sunshine Coast. Um, I'm trying to remember her first name. I think it was Judy Lake. She was in her 80s. She used to like to walk a lot. And just where she used to walk a week before, there was a Sasquatch sighting there. And it was a bit of a big thing on the Sunshine Coast. And then she was walking in that area, and it was around November when she went missing. Now, does that mean the Sasquatch took her and took her away? Nobody knows, right? But there has been in areas that where there have been Sasquatch sightings, people have gone missing. But we've been really, really close. And one of the closest encounters I ever had was we were crossing this creek one night in this area that we had investigated for years on years, and we knew that we were there, and we would interact with them. And I took this guy in. His name was Tim Martindale. He was out of Merritt, and I think maybe JJ, what's his name there out of Merritt, might know him. He was with me, and when I crossed this creek, we had this loud stomping noise, like several stomps. And now, just in all fairness, elk can do this. Other creatures can stomp. Elephants can stomp. But this was a heavy. You could actually feel it really through the ground and stuff. And we know we weren't around a grizzly bear or black bears at the time because it was out of the season when black bears and that were they're probably just starting into the hibernation. But we really felt that this was probably a Sasquatch that did this stomp, and he went and he had his flash on his camera at the time, and he so freaked out he flashed around, and we never had it happen again. Now, my point of the story is we were that close, probably 10, 15 feet away. If like any wild animal, if that was a grizzly bear, and if we wanted to attack, we would have had no ability to stop the attack. And I've been in that situation several times with these creatures, have never ever been attacked or been charged or whatever.
Now, with that stomp, was there any sort of rhythm to it? Was it like groups of one, two, three, like we hear with the tree knocking, or did it have any sort of rhythm to it, or was it erratic? Or
No, it was just two stomps. I've only had it happen once at one other time. Very odd that it happens, and I think I think what it was is that we were just it never moved and we got too close. I don't think it thought we would cross the creek, and we did.
So on the topic there of tree knocking, which we covered a little bit earlier. Now, if I understand it right, usually the tree knocking is caused by slamming, like it's pretty much a large log, and they tap one log against a standing tree, right? That's usually like it's not like a hand on the tree. It's usually a log. It's wood on wood, right?
Not always. No, that's not always true that it's wood on wood. Sometimes we believe that they've been they have used their hands. Not all tree knocks are the same. Not all tree knocks sound the same. I guess you could say we use. I went and did test with baseball bats to um, arbutus trees. Use two by fours. Use different types of woods just to see what kind of different different sounds we could get. And what I've discovered is that a lot of times, a lot of these knocks almost sound like gunshots going off in the woods. And you got to ask yourself, how does that happen when there's no gun, no flashes, no, no people? Why could it sound like that? And so I did tests with different woods, with cedar trees, with alder trees, with fir trees, with all different types of trees, western hemlocks, to see if I can replicate that gun-like sound. And with the cedar trees, on certain on if I hit them at the bottom or hit them higher up, at times I could, and especially with a two by four because the flatness of it, I could replicate that gun-like sound shot. Now you think you're a gun guy. You know that when you shoot, the sound travels, right? When these things make that sound, it almost sounds like a gunshot. It doesn't travel like a rifle shot. And so we can identify the difference of a gunshot to them making a knock in the woods. Now, sometimes it just sounds like a knock. A lot of times when I interacted with these creatures, I used a thing called a clave. You get them on a drum kit, you hit them with a piece of um, maple wood, like drumstick, but a little bit thicker, and it makes an incredible knocking sound for us. But when we found that when we were 2 kilometers or a couple of miles away, just say, we almost found it that almost made almost like a different sound than a knock than a scream. Now, I'm not conferring that their screams turn into knocks. I'm not saying that, but they would answer that clave more than they would answer the knock on the tree until they got closer. And I've always wondered, because in a distance of a couple of miles, that sound at night would travel. Would they think it was a scream? Because they do make screaming like noises, and they do make loud, like when they vocalize. There was almost like a language at one time we heard, but it sounded like a roaring beast. And it's hard to explain it, but um, it's it's interesting. I never recorded it, though I held a recorder in my hand, and I was too scared to push the button because we were so close to the creature, and I was sitting in my car with the door open. We were behind some English broom, and the creature was just out on the outside of it, and it was like they were vocalizing back and forth, and they just never knew we were there. And it's one of those times that they just didn't know that we were there, and I was just too terrified to click that button, because on a recorder it makes a noise, and that's all I got to say. I guess I'm just trying to think of it.
So I am actually interested in the acoustics of this because I do have some background in acoustics. So when you say it's like the crack of a gun, but like there's no like, sonic boom, right? It's not moving. So is that what you would say is the distinction? It makes that crack, but not like the sonic, right? There is no like, yeah, like it's not, moving fat. You know what I'm saying there? Is that the difference or
Yeah, let me explain it this way. Okay, so when they're moving, you don't hear them. You don't. They're not making. They're not running and cracking on a tree. And so when at times we could be again, we'll know the distance because we did this test with them in a couple of miles. In the woods, in a kilometer or so, uh, the sound would dissipate and disappear. Now, you could be 5 miles away with a gunshot and hear it go off. If you have a clear open space, right? So that sonic boom, if like what you're saying, like a gunshot, no, it doesn't do that. But still, we are able to hear it in a. But it goes from a slight quiet to when they get closer to you to a loud, and then when it's really close, it's that's when you think, oh my god, it was a gunshot. But no, it's not. I one time I'm with a conservation officer. He pulled me over and he asked me, he says, "What are you doing up here?" I says, "Oh, I'm coming to see that deer that you were looking at." He goes, "How do you know there's a deer there?" I said, "I was up here a couple days ago, and I wanted to see if coyotes or if it's been starting to get eaten by maggots." He says, "Why would you be interested in that deer?" And I said, "Well, the deer was left on the side of the road, but I said, I looked at him. I said, didn't you find it funny that it's just left there and nothing's really touched it?" And he's trying to get me to admit that I shot the deer. And I said, "You won't find a bullet hole in it, did you?" And he says, "No." I said, "But the neck was broken, wasn't it?" And I said, rigor mortis set into the rest of the body, except from, I said, from halfway up the neck to its head, it was still movable, right?" And he said, "Yeah." I said, he says, what do you think killed it? And I said, "I think Sasquatch has killed it." And he started laughing at me. And I said, "You think that's really funny, right?" He goes, "Well, it's kind of hilarious because I don't believe in Sasquatch." And I said, "Okay." I said, "There's a gun range up the road here, right?" And he goes, "Yes, but it's closed." I said, "Yeah, watch this." And so I made a call. And then all of a sudden, down by the river, boom, you'd hear the knock, right? But it sounded like a gunshot. I said, "So what do you think that is?" He says, "It sounds like a gunshot." I said, "Just give it a few more seconds here." And then across the road where we were, you heard another one go off. Boom. I said, "That one's up by, almost sounds like it's coming from the gun range, right?" And he says, "Yeah." "But you were just up there?" And he says, "Yes, and there's no one there." I said, "Isn't that interesting?" I said, "Watch this." And I made a couple more. And there were three of them, and there was one behind us. I said, "Don't you think that because you're a conservation officer, don't you think you should go and investigate? It's not hunting season, and you're trying to get me to admit that I killed this deer, right?" I said, "Unless it was hit by a car, that there would be trauma to the head, right?" He says, "Yeah." I says, "There's no blood coming out of that nose, right?" He says, "No." "No blood coming out of the bum either, right?" "No." I said, "So obviously something broke its neck, didn't it?" I said, "So usually 10 to 1, if these creatures had did this to the animal, and human beings had come up, they would probably moved away off in the bush, and if you got out and touched it, or the human's been around it, they probably won't come back, but yet they know it's still there." And he says, "Oh," he says, and then I started explaining more, and we heard more, and he started to think. He says, he ended up saying to me after I made some of the calls and I got my clave out and we kept hearing them. He ends up saying to me, he says, "How do you know how to do this stuff?" I says, "Because I've researched this stuff for over 20 years." And from there, uh, he went and told another one of his superiors what happened. And I was sitting in McDonald's, and a guy, a conservation officer from Powell River, came up in McDonald's, and I had this weird feeling that he was looking for me. And I said, "Hey," to him. I said, "Hey, are you looking for a guy named Rob Kennedy?" And he says, "Yeah." I says, "You're here to talk to me about Sasquatch?" He says, "You're the guy, the Sasquatch guy?" I said, "Yeah." So he sat down with me and started telling me a story about how he was hiding in a place called up in Pender Harbor, Klein Lake. He was hiding in the bush watching people fish and trying to catch them with no licenses. And he says this is around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He says he's seen this creature coming through the bush, picked up a boulder and threw it in the lake. And he says he couldn't believe what he just saw. He was hiding in the bush, and then the creature walked away, went into the bush, or he was still in the bush when it threw the boulder. But he had to come and find me to tell me about this. So we, on our documentary, we recorded that phone. We got him to call in, and we recorded that conversation with him. So, anyways, there you go.
No, yeah, no, that's so. But you said that at certain distances, it sounds almost like a scream. You said that was further or closer that it starts to almost sound like a scream.
Well, that was further with the clave. You know what a clave is, right?
No, I don't. I'm ignorant.
So anybody that plays drums would know it's a plastic piece of plastic thing with a hollow in it, but it's thick, and it makes kind of like a knocking sound when you're playing a drum. But it can really push that vocal or that sound out.
So, so that's what you found made the best sound was like was a cut. So it's a hollow. So it's essentially a hollow piece of wood, right?
Yeah, hollow piece of plastic that we used. Yeah, thick plastic.
Okay. And so you said at a greater distance, the knocking almost became almost like a scream, almost like a very large clave.
Yes, it sounded more like a, instead of a knock, it would sound more like a scream.
But so like when you did this, you said that like a 2x4 was the most effective. Did you ever try like a large sort of like a mega clave, like a like a 6-inch diameter type clave or
Well, the one I had was probably 8 inches in length, and it was hollowed out, and you would hold it in one hand and you would knock it on the edge, and it had these round edges so that it would be knocked on it. So it was made to make vocals. Now, no, we didn't use a 2x4. We just used at that. We'd use a 10 inch, probably maybe an inch thick piece of maple that was made for it, like a drumstick, a tiny drumstick, right? But on the trees and that, we tried several different things, and one of the things I didn't say here, and I'm just remembering, was I made up a two by fours where I hinged them with a piece of leather, and I would, when you're carrying things in the night or having things on you, you want to be able to throw it in a pack or whatever. So uh, the other thing that was really good, what I found that gave that real nice crack noise out there, was having two by fours slapping up together against one another.
so yeah, I'm trying to think like with this sound because now I'm not a big forestry, but there's probably acoustic differences between say a piece of like really dry dead wood versus like a softer wood. It almost seems like something like that where it kind of has more of that kind of hollower notion, right? Would be more of a dead wood, you'd think, or would it be a soft like a
No,
fresher wood?
a good point there you're making. We like to hit old cedar stumps or old fir stumps, um, because they were hollow inside, especially the cedar ones. Especially, we like to hit even live cedar trees, um, because there was a hollowness in them. So this acoustics is a little bit different, but um, we're trying to project sound, and anything that was thick and without something like that, it was like a dead. It would die out. You would have to find somewhere in the tree that you would be able to project that sound fairly good, right? Because at the time when you're starting to say, if they're close, yeah, you could hit something and get an interaction. But if you wanted to draw them in, and if they're maybe a couple of kilometers away from you or something like that, we never found that the sounds ever went further than that. Um, so we would want something that was able to project sound out.
So, because you mentioned there were some differences here, right? So there's these long distance ones, right? Obviously, this is probably always in striking an implement, right? Like they probably couldn't do this with the hands, right? Like because you said sometimes they're tapping with a hand, sometimes it's with an implement there, right? But the long distance ones, right? You can probably tell the difference between the hands and the long distance one, right? Or you know what I'm saying there?
Well, no, no, because now listen, we had some guys from Washington that came up from the Washington Bigfoot group in Washington came up, and this Dave guy, Dave Ellis, his name is. You can probably find him on the internet. He has a picture of a Sasquatch uh, in amongst Salal, just to let you know that. So he was able to replicate a knocking sound by holding his hands in such a way with his, I don't know how he did it, if he blew in his hands or with his mouth. And we thought maybe that the creature would probably be able to do that, being a primate, because we all believed, all of us that really were truly, in this, came together and said these have to be primates. They're nothing else. They're not coming out of spaceships. They're not, dimensional in and out stuff. We truly believe that they were just a primatal ape in North America. So he was able to make these projection sounds, and he did this with me on this one time where I was telling you about how they were coming in and out of the valleys, the ravines, or whatever. So he was able to do this, and it was remarkable to me that he was able to make that sound, and the creature answered back to it.
So you're suspecting they're doing this mostly with their hands or body, or or more or than using any sort of wood or aid or
No, I'm just suggesting that it is possible. I have never seen a creature knock on a tree. I've heard people. I've had a guy who was hunting once up in Prince George. He thought he saw a grizzly bear. He had a grizzly bear tag. He was going to shoot this grizzly bear. He looks in the scope, and it's this creature winding up with a piece of wood and hitting the tree.
so when you've heard these long distance knocks, have you ever tried to like locate the tree that they were knocking against? Have you ever found a tree that you think was being used for this kind of knocking and showed signs of it?
We have found trees with indentations and stuff on them. Yes, I've only found once a possibility of a piece of wood that they had may used because it was off a bit off of a game trail, and the tree had a bit of an indent in it, and it looked like it was the same size as that piece of wood, and that piece of wood was only maybe 3 feet in length. So I was a little skeptical, and but that's the only time I've ever found a piece of wood that could have made that knocking sound, could have been their piece of tool to do that. But have found trees that did have indentations in them. Now, again, it comes to the point of this: was it them? We never saw them, right?
But did you guys then try to knock those trees and did it seem like maybe it had the proper acoustics of that?
Oh, definitely, yes. Yeah, oh,
And
for
and
sure,
and
yes.
these were the cedars or another type or
It was mostly it was hemlock or cedar where we were at the time when we found them in the areas. Now, cedar and hemlock will grow in swampy areas, in wet areas. So fir doesn't tend to grow in these areas. But that doesn't mean that the creatures aren't moving through a fir forest. They do move through a fir forest, but where we were when we located these, and it made a lot of sense because now you know what fir bark looks like to what a cedar bark is, and to what a western hemlock bark is. And western hemlocks are good because on the coast, the western hemlock will have a lot of blight in it, and we call it a witch broom. And they're usually are are diseased, and they'll have center rot in them. And an ex-faller, they're a dangerous, sometimes a very dangerous tree to fall because they'll barber or they'll split on you. But they do give a good acoustic sound.
So I really don't know the difference between these. I I grew up mostly, like I said, in Utah, so I'm familiar with junipers, which actually we often call cedars down there. I know they're junipers, but people call them cedars. So I've never actually. I'm looking up these trees right now. I think I had, like, what was the first, the not the western hemlock. I'm looking. So yeah, the western hemlock. Yeah, I'm looking at the bark of that. I think I'm familiar. So, like, are the other trees similar to the western hemlock bark here? Is that what you're kind of like, that very defined bark?
Yeah, the cedars are a little bit more defined, a little bit more thinner. They grow.
Okay.
The natives weave baskets and stuff and that with them. They're used for that. Again, a cedar, an older cedar can have a more of a hollow inner core in them. Doesn't mean they have to have a hollow inner core, but they do. They suck up a lot of water. Um, they, even when we logged them, we found we had to be careful sometimes because we'd find gravel and that in amongst the trunks of the trees. Western hemlocks suck a lot of water up. They're called the sponge of the forest, and so they tend to make that good sound also.
So the one, and of course it's just the one branch, but I'm just curious about this branch. The one branch you suspect could have been tree knocking. Now you said it was about 3 feet long. What was the diameter of that? Was it like,
I'd say 3 to 4 inches
and was it a
or
fairly
more.
straight piece, or was it kind of a curvy piece, or was it fairly straight?
It was more of an older piece of wood that was been on the ground for a while. Didn't have any bark or anything on it. It looked old. It wasn't rotten or anything. It did have had be it was able. It did have some structure to it. We did try to use it and hit with it and stuff like that. I just wasn't able to get a good hold on it. So I kind of was skeptical with it. Um, I showed some people. Now I want to tell you this too, because even though I used that piece of wood, that doesn't mean that that piece of wood wasn't used by them or wasn't able to make a good sound. I just wasn't
The
maybe
force, yeah, exactly.
or have
Not
that
not
ability.
to
But
embarrass you, but yeah, you don't have the force of a Bigfoot.
no, no. But it's not always the force that you have, it's where you hit. And that's what we found that was important. And that sometimes we would find that the sound came better closer to the ground than higher up within the tree.
And is that where you saw the indentations and whatnot?
We saw them up and down, um, but yes, I did see them. Not on that tree. That one that I found where the piece of wood was a little bit higher, about head length. Now I'm probably 5'8" in the highest, 5'9" in my height. So it was more around my head level. So, but again, when I would show people, people would come with a baseball bat, okay, and they would try to knock straight across the tree, and I'd say, no, 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 don't do that. Try to think of when these creatures are, say they're 7 foot or 8 foot tall and they got long arms. Just think about the awkwardness if they're close to a tree they're trying to hide. Now take that bat and swing it sideways down close to the bottom of the tree and see what sound you can make. And then the replicated sound would come. And when we would find them low, we would find those markings. Not always did a tree give a marking either. And they don't stick around either because, the wetness and that can swell up bark and stuff, just to let you know. Um, I mean, we pounded on trees like alders and destroyed the bark. But these indents were on a slight of an angle. And it made a lot of sense because just think, look at just I think it like it this. Think of an ape, a great ape, when they're, you see that on Twitter or you see it on YouTube or Facebook or whatever multimedia you're on. When you see the gorillas in zoo and how they fight, there's kind of like a little awkwardness to it, but they got power, right? Now, is that possible that they would swing a side swing or a downward swing, however? And those are the things that we think about when we're trying to replicate sound and stuff.
Well, this is being purely speculation. Like, say I'm a creature and I'm trying to communicate something to another creature who's, going to bang back, right? If I was to hold this piece of wood and I'm large enough to hold this piece of wood, I would probably face toward where I'm expecting the sound to come and actually be swinging downward and back, right? Like you're just like if you're just like kind of like hit, you kind of see the motion, right? Like I'm actually starting with it, from my chest and then swinging down toward my leg backward because I'm facing away from that tree toward the tree I'm trying to hear. Would that kind of be the way you would think this would go?
Really, I couldn't give you an answer on that. You know, again, it's all speculation, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm just trying to think of the angle because, like, I'm just trying to think, like, yeah, if I was like to hit this, like, yeah, I'm not going to be like actually facing the tree I'm hitting. I'm going to probably be facing toward the direction I'm expecting. So I'm actually probably facing away from the tree and just kind of like, this is a very casual thing for them, right? So yeah, they're not like doing a proper baseball stance, right? They're just kind of tapping backward against that tree.
Unless you find footprints and stuff like that, um, just you look at it, you try to you try to angle it, you try to replicate where they may have been standing. You try to figure what was the height, on the angle. I mean, we literally got tape measures out there, took pictures with sticks and stuff, like in the investigation, just to look at it in a photo. And sometimes, like when I took a picture of a photo of a footprint, right? You couldn't hold that camera sideways, or you'd have to hold it directly over top to get the in depth, or if it was a shallow print, just to properly get a proper outline. I mean, I had several guys that were up with me one time, and it was raining out, and we knew that the creature came down this road, and they couldn't figure out where the footprint was, and there was a bit of water washing over, but because the creature had stepped in that water and the water was facing coming against its toes, and it was just a slight trickle of water. But what it did, it entrapped all the little tiny needles, and it left a print with those needles. And it was on an old road, but it was solid. And when I saw it looking over top of it, I took a picture, and you could literally see the outline of the needles, and then the little bit of a gravel that flowed behind the back of the heel of the foot, and that's how we got the print, and we knew the print was there. Another time I was with the crew, the French crew, and they were we were sitting by a wasp nest, but we noticed there was a stick in the hole of the wasp nest. So I took a look at it. I'm looking around, and I saw these indents into the and it was, like wasp nest in British Columbia on the west coast are always in these creek valleys. And I used to tell people when they went out, don't go up these valleys, especially if they had water or something with them in them, because you're going to run into a wasp nest, and it's nothing like walking into a wasp nest. It's like hell on wheels, right? But I found this indent of a handprint. Now, it wasn't like your palm of your hand. It was the fingers that were pushed down into the mud, and when it dried up, they were still there, and it had the thumb, the fingerprint, and the first three fingers were more in depth. The baby finger wasn't in as far, and the thumb wasn't in as far. But you could literally stretch your hand out, and it was large. You tried to stretch your hand out, and you could feel how deep it was, and the holes were a little bit, they weren't as size of our fingers, but bigger. But what captured me is where I thought he would have been kneeling down and putting one hand off to the side to steady himself. And then what I was thinking is that he was dipping that stick in there, maybe to get, I don't know if wasp has honey or anything, because we pulled it out, there was nothing on it. But was he using that in some way to gather food, or to force the wasp out? Would they have stung him? Would they have attacked him? Of course, the wasp probably would have came out and attacked him and stuff. But was he looking for little, those little maggots kind of things, the eggs. Who knows, right? But it was really, I was really intrigued by it because that was the first time I ever found anything like that. That I speculated that this was a handprint from a Sasquatch trying to gather food.
That is interesting because yeah, we see behavior like that in chimpanzees, like to like eat bugs and stuff. Yeah, using a stick and whatnot. I guess my last question, and then we can move on from the tree knocking, just because I do find this interesting. So you said something about the groupings. So you'd heard like groupings of three. Was there anything else about like what are the rhythms? Like what's the longest sort of series you've heard there? And like say yeah, usually be like groups of one, two, three, but like have you heard like lengthy ones of these, and do there seem to be a variation, or like what's the kind of like I guess, the longest conversation you would say you've heard like from these tree knocks?
So say, let me start with this. So say my son Mike was a real skeptical guy, and he said to me, he said, "I don't believe anything you say. I just don't. It's bullshit." And so he used to tell me. So one afternoon, I said to Mike, I said, "Mike, why don't you just come with me and let's go for a drive up the mountain?" And I see one of the trees that were bent over, and I said, "Mike, here, do me a favor. Just just thrill me a little bit. That you go out and take a picture of that tree up there, and see if it's tied into the salal. See if there's a log on it. Just let me know. Just take a picture for me." In some way, I was setting him up because I knew it was soft ground up there, but I didn't know there was going to be a footprint. He came back and he was all excited. He says, "I thought you were full of shit. I thought you were bullshitting me all the time. I thought this was just." He says, "Look at the size of this footprint." And he's got this picture, right? So that night he says, "Yeah, let's stay longer. Let's look around." And he was kind of like thrilled that he found this because he knew, and all his buddies, they're always going partying in the bush and stuff, and he knew that there was differences in people's footprints and stuff, and to find a huge humanoid footprint with toes in the middle of the bush was like almost none, right? So that night we're waiting, and I'm making some calls, and some knocks started. So we started to move around a little bit, and they started to tact us, like they started to move different. And when they did that, there was one knock and then another knock. And as they shifted, they would knock in different directions. And you could almost scope to where they were going to be because you knew this one didn't knock, but that one over beside us on the left, 100 yards in the bush would knock, and then they would shift, and then, well, the one that was 100 yards in the bush now didn't knock, and he was moving, and the other one, there was three, I think, at the time, four, I can't remember, but they did it in different series, right? Another time when like I was telling you about the car coming up the road and they knocked, it was one, two, and or three, and then another one would knock and knock back, or so it was always different. Like I said, I almost thought they could count, but I don't know if that's true, and I laugh at that because you're dealing with a wild animal, and can they count, like this, not fathomable that they could count, but they did do things like that. I mean, the most I heard was up to four. So um here's another one that will shock you. I'm in the campground, some campers are in there, and this one lady's playing a guitar, and she's playing music, and we heard this creature come down knocking, and so we would stop, and the creature got close to the campsite. It was on the other side of the river or creek, and she would stop playing, and it would knock, and then she'd start playing, and it would be so silence, and then she'd play again, and it would knock again, and it stayed in the exactly same spot. And so Brian Bowen, his name was, the husband of this lady, he decides with my son to go up and see if they could see the creature. Well, the creature would move away and he would knock. They would leave, they come back to the campground, the creature come back and start knocking again, and she start playing. So we really thought, and I still to this day believe that that creature wanted to listen to that guitar music. Now, you could say to me, "Oh, it was just a human. You're just getting screwed around, fucked with," and that's all possible. But why would we hear people laughing, or why wouldn't we, when we got close to wherever the creature was, and it moved off away from us, and then it would come back, you know? So again, our area that we had, the campground, was known to have Sasquatch experiences.
So 'cause like you said, yeah, it's usually one, two, three, maybe up to four, and then it would move. Did it ever do like three and then wait a second and do three again on the same tree? Like, was there ever like groups of groups, like, or was it always like three and then move?
There was, yes, there was. They did do groups of threes. They did do groups of twos and stuff like that. And for me, it was like a language, a communication. Um, but in reality, Zinc, I really don't know if it was, but it was interesting the way they did things, especially at nighttime. If vehicles or people would come around, they would indicate to, especially if they were there. I mean, I used to this one time, um, that group I'm talking about. Just to give you another thing in there, as we're talking about the communication, knocking back and forth. Um, they would put a stick in between the crevice of a tree. I would purposely move that stick and put it over into the salmonberry bushes across the road. 2 days later, that stick was back in the crevice of that tree. And then I'd move it again and I'd put it up further to where nobody could see it, right? A couple days later, again, that stick would be back in the crevice of that tree. And why? Was it a gifting? Was it screwing around with me? Could have been a human? I can't tell you. But why did it end up back in the crevice of that tree every time?
So that's specifically actually what I'm trying to drive at here, because my background is actually linguistics, so that's why I'm kind of trying to analyze this. Because yeah, like, you know, and you know, so, like I said, acoustics and even music theory and stuff that um so like, would you have a groups of groups there? Was it always groups of the same number, right? Or would you get mixed numbers? Would you have like, you know, two and then a pause and three and then a pause and two? Or was it always like three, 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 two, two, two? Or what kind of variations did you find there?
They would do groups of twos, and now what I'm going to tell you, and is, I don't want you to think I'm weird, but when they do groups of twos, like there was a repetitiveness if you got really close to them. That's when we'd hear up to four, and it would be bang, bang, bang. Now, when they were communicating back and forth to each other, it was like one or two. And when I thought they knew how to count to a point, they would do two or three, and one the one in the beginning would go bang, bang, and then when the car went by and then it would pass the other one, it would be bang, bang, bang. There would be three, and then in reverse, it would be the same thing. Now, I could dream that they were counting. I could dream that they were using it as a language. So that's the only thing I could say about that. But again, like I used to tell people, I said, listen, you can discount what I say, but come out come out here with me and experience for yourself and try to figure this out yourself. But this is how things would work. I mean, so if we got close to them and if they got excitable, sometimes with the calls, I get excitable. They wouldn't knock, or they wouldn't call back. They would just knock. It's like this one time I'm in we're up in the mountain and we're with a guy named John Tarrant, and he was a realtor in North Vancouver. And I'm just trying to think. We were with a couple other girls from Oregon, and I can't remember the other people that were from Oregon. So we got a glimpse of a Sasquatch on the shoreline across the lake, and this is in Seashell, up top of a mountain. And so they worked around. They came around, and I made us. We call it a Sasquatch call, and they knocked 4 times, like repetitively, bang, 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 like, or I should say, not repetitively, but quickly, bang, 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 like they were excited. And then they threw wood into the lake, and they were no more than 100 yards away from us. And the next morning, uh, they had left broken branches and stuff on that trail that was along. We didn't get to see them. We didn't see them, but this is what happened. So to make out about, the acoustics, or the is it a language or whatever, but yeah, I mean, these are the things that they did. So it's hard to say what is or what isn't. It is what is what. The only thing I can say is this is what happened.
So yeah, so expanding on this because this is the direction. So we haven't touched on it yet, but the vocalizations now. I guess just because you mentioned a little bit earlier, but I guess just kind of dive in generally on vocalizations there.
Now you've heard of the Sierra sounds, right?
I I'm gonna say no. Let's just say no, and we'll have you explain it.
Okay, so the Sierra sounds was taken in Sierra, up in the mountains in California, and it was done and recorded off an old BCH or whatever it was, BCR, however it was, and it was used by microphones. Now, I have never had vocalizations like that. If you get a chance, go listen to them. I believe they're real. I don't know if they are. Our vocalizations, the closest that we ever had to that was the night that it sounded like two friggin' roaring lions, but there was a verbalness in it. They were definitely communicating and verbalizing to one another. Is it a language? I don't know. Just heard it, and I only heard it once. Um, the vocalizations that we usually attend to hear would be this. The We would hear screams once in a while, not like a woman screaming or anything like that. They're more like a hoop, or like a whoop. That's one right there. The other we used to call it's nicknamed this samurai sounds, which is, I'm not doing a very good job right now because I'm kind of a little embarrassed to do it in front of everybody. But when we are out in the bush, I take it very serious and I make those sounds. Um, and then there's other sounds like this. Woo! Now, again, I just killed that. I didn't do a very good job on it, but it's quite a bit deeper, longer, and long-winded sounds. These sounds definitely are definitely, when you hear them, you can tell they're coming from a deepness of a big animal that's making these noises and making these sounds. Um, we do hear types of like female sounds that have been in the bush. Like I was telling you about the baby, the moaning, the crying. Um, so I'm just trying to think of any other female vocals we've heard. One person said to us, the sounds almost sounded like a loon sound, and my buddy said to him, "Yeah, we're nowhere near water, and they're up in the trees, right? Um, the sounds, but we're on a hill, down at the bottom of the hill. They're up at the top of the hill, so it almost like they're sounds like they're in the trees, but it isn't, because every time that I've had any experiences with these creatures, and there's quite a few, they're all low lying sounds. And what I mean is they're not up in the trees. Some people like to. I watched a documentary on Discovery, and there's a girl that I had gone out with to do Sasquatch stuff. Cindy Dosen, her name is, and she's doing this Discovery documentary now. Discovery and them CBC and Animal Planet and stuff have called me several times to do some kind of a documentary or a one piece thing, and I've refused to do it. And the reason why is because most probably people have watched Finding Bigfoot, Matt Moneymaker, Bobo, and Ericman. I know all those guys. They all know all me, but I really believe that they made a mockery of the seriousness to this, because like I said, I don't like to read other people's books. I don't like to read taking it what other people say. 95, 98% of the stuff you're hearing on the internet is nothing but bullshit. And it just, it's already a mockery. You lie once, you're dead in the water, you're finished. You have no credibility after that. So Cindy Dozen, and the point I'm telling you this story is, Cindy Dozen tells these camera guys that this is a Sasquatch, and she's made a knock in the tree, and there's an owl making the sound back to her. Now, that doesn't mean that there's not a Sasquatch in the area. What I have found in my research is that when we call out and make certain sounds, uh, we found that these owls would come to us. And this is where you find people that don't know what they're talking about. And I despise them going on to these documentaries, because they lead people down a road of bullshit, and they don't know what they're talking about. And this is the problem in the Sasquatch world, is so many want to take credibility for something they don't even know, and they want to call themselves experts, and they're not even close to being an expert. And a lot of the things that I've done in the woods, I'm not an expert. I'm not going to be an expert, because there's so much more still to learn. But in that, she failed to recognize that when she made this knock, that the owls came. We have several times that owls will come to these vocalizations, and I believe that they do this. Even hawks will. I believe that they do this because they will scavenge. Some people say owls don't scavenge on carrying meat and stuff like that, meaning deer and stuff. But I have witnessed it with my own eyes, owls eating from a carcass. And I believe that when these creatures are hunting and stuff, that these owls and other predatory birds will come and will delight themselves on their kill, because they don't eat all the flesh off the deer. They don't. I'm pretty sure they don't, because we find a lot of deer, that a lot of carcasses, a lot of bones that are out there. Now, to say that, there was one time that we found two different types of bones. I had I don't know what you call them, a lady who worked for the RCMP in Seashell to identify remains. We took the bones to her, and she told us that and we put them in two different separate bags, and she said these bones are of deer, and you could see the teeth marks in them. She said there was bite marks and stuff, and she said it looked humanoid, meaning they had molars or teeth like human beings. And she said the bones you had in the one bag identified with the bones that you had in another bag. And where we found the bones in the two different spots, we saw a bum like mark sitting up against cedar trees. Now, was that Sasquatch, or was that somebody feasting? The bones weren't cooked, they were raw. And could they have been feasting on that? That's the only ever time I've come to a point of maybe them eating the full carcass of an animal. So now I'm getting lost in your question, but I kind of want to explain those things so that we know that people don't get caught up in these fairy tales that are out there about Bigfoot.
No, absolutely. So, and you covered a lot of things there, so I'm just kind of going to go in order of where I took some notes here. So back to the vocalizations, since like I said, my background's linguistics, and so I kind of have a certain interest there. So, and you actually kind of touched on it. So Now you said there were some sounds that were female, some that were male. Now, are there? Are I guess that's the question. Is there a sound that that both would make, but that you can distinctly can you tell the difference? Just if they make this same sound, can you tell the difference between a female voice and a male voice, or is it possible? Yeah, do the females not make the male sounds, or could it be that the males are making a high pitched sound? Kind of exploring there. Like, is there a sound where you can like say, oh yeah, that's a woman's voice, that's a man's voice, right?
Not always, think. The only thing I could say to that is that when we knew a big alpha male came into the area with them, the the dynamics of having a experience with these creatures or holding some kind of vocalization or knocking or verbalization back by doing calls would almost cease. And then the big alpha male would let out a big, loud roar. And that would be the end of it all. And that's we've experienced, you know, a few times, but not a lot. And I'm stumbling through it because I would like to be able to say to you, yeah, yes, there's really we know that there's a difference, but I can't say that to you because then I would not be telling the truth. But the experience of and we knew it was an alpha male because it was deep, it was gruntable, gruntable, or however you want to put that. I'm not even saying it right. Um, but it just then it would just end, and it was like, oh man, you crashed the party. So so probably I would say, and we talked about this. My wife and I talked about this lots. We we surmised that the female maybe was with the younger ones or with the how old whatever they were. We speculate that the male may go off. You may know that story of the the miner who got picked up in his sleeping bag and was carried off and by a male and brought back to a valley there, and he had to escape, kind of thing. So you may hear a story like that, and this is why I don't like to read other people's stuff, because you can now add something like that into your experiences and say, well, this is what it is. Well, that's not true. That's not provable. um, but I can only tell you what my experience was, and that the when the male, he was did have a deeper vocal, and but it was like authority, like this is the way it's going to be, and you all going to shut up, kind of thing, and we're just not going to deal with these human beings anymore. Now that's just a throw off to say, but that's what we speculate, that there was probably more during the summertime, that we're dealing with maybe a female, the family aspect that way, and that's only guessing. And then when the male came around, this is what would take place. Is that fair enough to say to you?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So yeah, I was just trying to see, like, yeah, like because there could be, because you could have both, right? You could have a sound that only females make and only males make, or a sound that regardless if it's male or female is always high pitched or low pitched, right? And so yeah, trying to kind of distinguish, because it's something that I will gather back there, but yeah, kind of like differences there between the behaviors of males and females and stuff like that, and it is even a linguistic thing, right? But yeah, like now I'm not sure, it's actually something maybe you've looked into it. I know that actually in humans, the size difference between female and females is less than the size difference between, say, chimpanzees. The chimpanzees can be actually almost like twice the size of the females, right? Whereas, like, I think in humans, taken across a population and averaged out and everything, I think the size difference in humans and females is like something like 30% difference. So we do know that this is something that exists. Now I'm not sure about the calls. Now, of course, they're at higher frequencies, but I don't know if you've ever looked into yet, say, chimpanzees, if there is a difference. But I'm guessing, yeah, the larger size would indicate like a difference in just the vocal apparatus there, right?
No, I really didn't take the vocalize apparatus with the chimpanzees so much. I don't think we were really at that point in time really worried about vocalizations, and we were more focused on, are we dealing with Sasquatches? Are we dealing with a Bigfoot? In Seashelt's native language is Malak, and I don't know if I pronounced that properly, but it means smelly man, or smelly person. You hear the stories about the woman in the woods thing. Thinking back a little bit, there's a possibility there was a difference in vocals, but it was always trying to determine, okay, if we're having this experience, is it Sasquatch? When we did get sight of them, not all the time was it a great sighting. Most of your sightings are a flash, and determined, and followed up with how do I say? I used to tell people. I'm trying to remember the way I used to say it to people. You want supporting evidence, okay? So there has to be things that line up. You can't say because you seen a flash in the bush that it wasn't a wolf, it wasn't a bear, and it wasn't a deer, or a cougar. How many times do you get to see a cougar in the bush? A lot of times people just see a flash in the bush, with cougars. So you want to have supporting evidence in that area that this is what these things are doing, and then what I mean by that, you want knocks, you want vocalizations, you want to find footprints, and then you want to make sure that you have some kind of tree structures there, again, that they're staying in the area. You want to have food sources. You want to find things that are picked off the ground, things that are eaten, things, bedding, things that are laying down. One of the things that we found in an area that really said to us there's family units is that we found all these little stick structures, and you're going to laugh at it, but we did find these stick structures in the middle of nowhere that were all imitation of the structures that we were finding in the woods. Could that have been the younger primates? Now we're thinking on human terms here. We're thinking about our children or our grandchildren, what they would imitate and do, right? They play with cars and hot rods, and it's all imitations of cars and things that we do, right? They want to have a baking set. Girls, they want to have the Dixie oven or whatever it is, or Barbie dolls because the pretty girl down the street. So when we looked at this, we went, this is interesting. And then one of the other things that we want to find is like stuff. When I say stuff that is eaten, we want to find stuff like the Oregon grape. Now, during the wintertime, you can get dried or gray berries that are dried up on that bush, and they're edible. But one of the things that I researched into that was that the roots were edible also, and we did find. And if you want to try to pull up an Oregon grape plant, it's one of the harder things to pull out of the soil, and because it weaves itself in and locks itself in there. And we were finding these plants all pulled up, and the bottom, the roots of them were all broken off and stuff like that. Now, why wouldn't they take in the whole plant? The question would be. So, are they eating it right there? All those things are in point. Just like when salmon season comes up, this is when we start to have real big uh, encounters and being able to have vocalizations, because when the salmon's running, like in Chapman Creek on the Sunshine Coast, it has three different runs. It has a coho run, it has a spring run, which is a Chinook run or a king salmon run, you want to call it, and then it has a pink run. So when the pinks start to go up at the end of August, we start noticing that we're having more encounters down there, and fishermen are coming out and saying, "We seen this," or "We've heard this," and so it just adds into the area that you've been researching, and they're coming back to it. And that's the other reason too that these animals um, are not traveling all over the place because there are food sources, but are they willing to compete with other groups of Sasquatches for that food source? Why do they need to when every other creek on the Sunshine Coast has a salmon source? So just as bear will eat fish and leave it on the side of the creeks and eat the salmon eggs, or the wolves that eat the brains out of it, and blah blah blah. We didn't find the carcasses always, but we did find some that were just up in the woods. So were they bears? Possibility, but there's no doubt that they fished on it. And one of the areas that I was blessed to know that it was possible for them to easily catch a fish, because a lot of the creeks are deep and the holes are deep, right? And you would think, this would be interesting um, for them to catch a fish. But there was two things that I got reports on. One of the fishermen would say they would hear rocks being smashed up along the side of the banks, and this creek has a lot of rock in it and a lot of deep holes. So is that an infrasound, a shocking, where it may stun the fish, or are they throwing big boulders in to cause the fish to come to the surface to stun them? But there was an area in there where the fish would run up, and it was only the size of a ditch. And yes, the water could run there through there very, very quickly, but was it possible to be able to catch a fish as the fish ran through that area to run up the river or the creek and be able to catch it? And I say yes, it was possible. So again, it just gives you that supporting evidence that they're in this area and they're staying in these areas. Did I answer your question, or did I go off on a tangent?
Oh yeah, no, no, no. It was great. Like I said, I'm just kind of focused. Like I said, my background there in linguistics, and so because there's some interesting and this is a topic I've read about like quite a bit here, right? Like when they've talked about what a Neanderthal would have sounded, right? The physical nature there. Could a Neanderthal speak, and kind of what it takes, right? Why humans can speak. It's what they consider, and this is the evolutionary view. It's kind of a parasitic thing, right? The glottis, the vocal box, right, exists entirely to keep food from going down into your lungs, right? So it's kind of that little switch there. It's like right now this tube is being used for food. Right now it's being used for air, right? And so originally what we call the voice box. The glottis is there to do is to prevent that. But then of course we've then developed a way to use it to kind of create speech, but also speech is a number of other things, right? It's the nose, it's the tongue, and it's the lips. Now the reason I bring up all of that is because it kind of indicates certain things about them based on what sounds they do make, what the sounds they don't make. Now, I believe like like chimpanzees have very thin lips. Now they kind of can like make hoots and stuff like that, but like do they? I'm not sure if they quite whistle, right? They don't have like the kind of plush lips we have and stuff like that. So have you ever like and maybe they can make it's a different kind of whistling I think when they do whistle than human whistling. So as far as non-speech sounds, well actually there are speech. So like other sound like have you heard like clicks? Now this is something you see like with the African tribes that kind of knocking clicking sound, whistles, things like that. Have you ever noticed that interspersed in their speech or their vocalizations there?
Well, that's a good thing. And I think back about, I told you about the guy coming up from Washington. Thinking about that, when you say clock, I think that's what he was doing with his hands, and I think that's what we were talking about earlier. That's how he was making that clucking or knocking sound. I guess if you hold it right, you can make it sound like a knock. Um, have I heard them can identify that they did that? No, but we did have that experience that we thought they were using their hands in that. And then thinking about what you just said there, it's a possibility, but I can't say for sure if that's it. Do they whistle? Yes, they do whistle. They do make that whistling noise. I can't mimic it, but there is a long whistle. Um, it might sound like I'm putting you on a story here, but this is a true story. My wife and I were doing firewood, and we literally thought we heard emergency whistle, you know, a distress whistle. And so we went up and we're on the power line in Pender Harbor, and there's a lot of mountain biking in there. And so we thought maybe a mountain biker was injured, hurt himself. And we went up there to look for the mountain biker, and there was nothing. There was nothing there. We came back down and we heard it again. And so we went off again and tried to look, and then there was nothing. There was nothing. And then we came back down and we heard it one more time. Now, I'm not saying that they made that distress whistling sound that you make, blowing a whistle. But I thought in my head, could it possibly they picked this up and they were blowing it? And I mean, it sounds fishy. I know it sounds fishy, but that's something that we experienced, but we never seen them do it. But we went looking for the distressed person and never found them. And to blow a whistle like that, you got to be fairly close. So,
So, so yeah, so because the thing here, so it's something human beings do, right? There's actually a way. I don't know if you've been in the spaces when I mentioned it, but of course, earlier I was kind of ranting about. I think you were in there when Adrian was like eye movement tracking, right? This is the way they can like actually study like what babies are reacting to, and so they've done a number of studies over the years that human beings can tell the difference between what we would call speech sounds, right? You know, right, versus just like random mouth sounds, right, like beatboxing and things like. So human beings kind of are tuned to what is speech and what is just a non-speech thing, right? So like a whoop or something like that. Now, of course, we know that people that well, natives do it, but even non-natives, right? Like have calls, right? Like if you need to call across a great distance. You're not going to convey a ton of information, but people have whoops and whistles and clicks that they can do that can actually project quite far, and many primitive peoples use these sorts of things. So it's not even something particular there. But then of course those aren't speech, right? The amount of information you can actually relay, right? In that case, you're trying to make a very far, whatever, but you can't actually put a lot of information in there. It's just a whoop or whatever right before they come out of the forest or they're whatever. But as far as speech, because you mentioned before, because yeah, you said there was like, yeah, there was like there was kind of the whoop sound, which like I said, yeah, like, well, that was, I think, the first sound you described, kind of a whoop, which is kind of like that, kind of like it's a very limited thing, but it's kind of like identifies that I'm here, where I am, that kind of thing, but not a whole lot of information, right? There's only really one kind of whoop anybody can make, right? um but there was the grumble. So that's the interesting one to me, is the grumble. Could you like, is it a fairly like consistent sound, or is there a variation? Because that's the thing, to have something that's like not just a whoop,
well, the
right?
grumble sound zinc is more like a language than anything else. And could I make that sound to you? Not a chance.
Well,
No way.
that's
No
yeah,
way.
and so that's what I'm trying to say is like, is there, because like the whoop, right? Like it's a high pitched whoop you did, and I'm pretty sure it's probably fairly consistent from the caller, right? There's only one way anybody can whoop, right? It's just trying to make as much noise as possible. But the grumble, like, would you say it has variation in it, right? Something that could be different conversations, different,
Yeah,
um,
definitely, zinc. Definitely, there. It is, to me. It is a language. I'm stuck on that because what I heard that night. It I asked my wife when I got home. Like, it wasn't far from our place, and I said, "Did you hear that?" Like, and I explained it to her, and she was inside the house, with the door open. I think it was at that time, and she could slightly hear it and didn't know what it was. Now we're right up there with it, and I'm telling you, man, it was like a ferocious. Uh, the only thing I could think in my mind is when you hear a lion roar. but yet put a language to it, put some kind of verbalization to it. And maybe a gorilla can do it. I don't know, but that's something has always stuck with me. How do I explain this to people? Because there is no possible way that I could repeat it to you or try to mimic it. It was ferocious. It scared the shit out of me, man.
Nope, no, Bang Grumble. I remember this was the samurai sound. Is that the same thing you're talking about? Is the
No,
samurai?
no, no,
Okay.
no. There's the samurai sound. Okay, so the samurai sound is not as ferocious as that. The samurai sound is just like how it's said. Let's see if I can mimic it because we do mimic it. It's you got to get in practice with it a little bit. It's just yakawa yayawashiwa. It's like speaking in Japanese, but it's not Japanese. You know what I mean? And that's why they nicknamed it the samurai sounds. So that should give you enough indication to what we're talking about.
Well, that's the one. That's the one I'm thinking of here. Where because I think what you're talking about there, that kind of roar, right? Yeah, it's kind of a battle cry. But the samurai sound there, that's the one I'm curious if that is conversation or something, right?
I believe it is. I 100% believe it is. Um, maybe that ferocious sound, thinking about it a little bit, could have been, but I mean, in the context that it was taking place, is it just still to this day it kind of haunts me, a little bit because it would. Yeah, I mean, I was scared stiff, right? With the samurai sound, uh, no, I wasn't. I was kind of like, let's play, let's get these things motivated more, right? So, and at that time we heard it at the lake there. It was more like I think we scared them than they scared us because they were kind of sneak up on it. They knew we were there, but I don't think they expected to hear that. Um, there's the one more to it than that also that trying to think I was what I was going to say to you about these long noises like what I said earlier about whoa and but I'm killing it right now. And it has nothing to do with it. I mean, I would have to sit with you and just let it.
I mean, it's essentially kind of like the a hominid version of a howl, right?
It
It's
is.
about
It
being. It's a
really
combination of the
is. Yeah.
loudness, but unlike the whoop, which is a kind of pointed sound, it's about kind of extenuating. It's about noise and duration, right?
Yeah, and it's definitely it's an indicator that I'm here. I'm over here. Hello, I'm over here. I had this. She's a sergeant. Just trying to remember her name. Her and her husband came up, and it was raining out. It was just pouring out. And I said to her, it's going to get clear tonight, and expect to hear that sound. And when it got clear out, the moon showed up and stopped raining. All of a sudden, they hunker down when it rains, hunker down when it rains, and they did that vocalization, and it was like, okay, let's go, guys, let's go back to hunting, kind of thing. And I think her name was Jane. I can't remember her name. But anyways, her and her husband were like just like blown away for what they heard, and to them they asked the question, "Is that like the woman in the woods?" And I said, "Not a chance. That's a different. That's their long vocalization to saying I'm here, and we use that a lot to attract them to where we are. If they're further away from us, if they're not close to where we're at, we try to use that vocalization to attract them.
Exactly. Well, I mean, that's like I said, because yeah, there seems to be the whoop, which is yeah, like a very distinctive one, almost like they don't want. It's kind of right. Like, well, I mean, like I said, I mean, not to be the stereotype right there, but yeah, when natives are surrounding, right, they'll whoop and then they'll move into a new position, they'll whoop, right? It's almost kind of like the tree knocking you were describing there, but it's a verbal version of that, right? You can very quickly convey some information, move, right? Whereas, yeah, something that's like more like a howl, it's distinctly that, yeah, you really want to identify where you are. Usually, stay right. You don't like move on a howl or anything, right? That so yeah, it's
If you now the things I've been telling you guys, and you know, I don't really care if people believe me or don't believe me in the room. These are the things that have happened, and I always say to people, if you ever come up to where I'm at, or you want to go to these areas that I've talked about, I'm more than willing to take you out and show you and express to you what it's like and what it's about. Not always do you get it, but most of the time, 90% of the time, we'll have some kind of interaction. And the visuals are obviously the bonus of them all. It's not about finding footprints; those things are easy to find. It's not about finding the creatures; we know where they are. It's all taking everything in to prove that yes, there is this possibility in a non-believer's mind that they exist. You know, I, I'm a Christian. I believe in God. Not everybody believes, like yourself or anybody else. And I don't want to speak to for anybody on those things. Just like with Bigfoot, but I want to take every element that could be used negatively against it, so that it doesn't become the mockery. And that's the problem I keep want to focus people to focus on. You get that element out there. Is it in a non-believer's mind possible that a creature roams around in North America and maybe around the world, or maybe in Siberia, maybe in China? Could it be in the south of the United States? It's a swamp monster in Florida. All those things, are they in the Appalachians? Are they where you're at? Zinc, and I want to leave people with this point in understanding that if you take these vocalizations, you look up their food sources and listen to what I had said about certain areas and stuff like that and how they move, you should be able to replicate and be able to have an experience on your own. Now, be careful when you're out there because there's areas with grizzly bears and stuff, and you don't want people to be getting mauled and killed either. So we've always had that where we've had wolves and grizzly bears, and you got to be safe. But we also noticed that when these creatures are in the areas that we talk about, the bears are gone. When they're not in the area, the bears return. And that's something also to be aware of.
So you probably actually notice, and it's something that keeps going back to my mind. Their feet are the least interesting part to me, right? So, like, whenever you describe the prints, right, like that, like now you had some interesting things there because yeah, the nature of where it was, like with the pine needles and whatnot, because what it indicates. But yeah, like any of these shows, like yeah, like I find any documentary on Bigfoot, it's like half the show is just about the feet, and it's just like normal people. It's like, do you have a foot fetish, buddy? Right? Like it's like why are you guys focusing on the feet so much? Right? Like that's the least interesting. I mean, the only thing interesting about the feet is that it's obviously a a land based primate, right? It's ground based, right? Because it doesn't have the weird kind of like feet hands that primates and orangutans and the other primates have. But it very distinctly has that kind of elongated foot that we have. And though the one thing you brought up there that was interesting, that was new, yes, is the kind of fattiness. Why can these move so carefully, right? Like they have very soft padded feet. Um, and we'll get to the foot thing. The one last question I did have on the vocalizations, though, and then we'll quickly touch the foot thing, was so with the samurai sound, right? Because this one to me was very distinctly the one that seemed closest to something that we would say is more complex speech, more than yeah, like I said, cats and dogs make yelps and whoops and moans and things like that. But this grumble, as I called it, or the samurai sound, um, did you ever hear them almost like two, like, was it just one speaking to you, or did you hear them kind of going back and forth, grumble, grumble, like back and forth, like a conversation between them, right?
Yeah, some people say that they've heard them back and forth. Yes, also have heard them back and forth. We've heard them chatter or grumble or make that samurai sound back and forth, and that's one of the prizes when you're out there in the field. That when you hear this, because we know that there's no other animal out there that does it in North America, and that's the bullseye for us in such a sense, right? You know, you can find a footprint. Footprints can be footprints can be faked, right? There's elements to know the difference of a fake footprint to a real footprint. But when you hear those vocalizations, people don't know them, don't know if they haven't heard them. If a jokester wants to go out there and try to joke, they can't do it because it's very distinct that these sounds, when you hear them, you know 100% that these creatures are making these sounds. Unless someone's got a big loud speaker and it's not going to be the same. You're a vocal guy or a soundalistic guy, you'll know the difference right away.
So it's so here's what's interesting. So I do have a little bit of background. I know a bit of Japanese there. So what's interesting in that you describe it as Japanese is certain, especially as samurai, right? Is two characteristics there. One, what Japanese is, I would say, a very the term is like phonotactically restrictive language. So some languages have more consonants, less consonants, more vowels, less vowels, but sort of the kind of like core vowels, right? Without having too few, like the sort of average number of vowels. Japanese has almost exactly that. Same with the consonants. They have very they don't have like really exotic consonants, I'd say, in a lot of ways compared to a lot of languages. And then they have a very much a the structure of each syllable is consonant vowel consonant vowel consonant vowel, with the rare exception of having a nasal. So you can have consonant vowel nasal, right? Whereas if you think, like, so in English, for example, right, you'll have these very complex consonant clusters. So sprints or splints, right? There you have three consonants, a vowel, and then more consonants with a nasal in there, right? So the Japanese, right, would have it'd be like, suprinsu, right? Like, so they had to like add in a bunch of vowels to try and mimic that. So what's interesting about, yeah, Japanese is that from a pronunciation point, and this is why the Japanese have so much difficulty pronouncing English, but like pronouncing Japanese is, if you kind of get it, you can get it rather quickly. Um, the Japanese have much easier time speaking Spanish than because Spanish also has a very similar sort of thing. But so that it's interesting. So that's one aspect of Japanese, is that I'd say it's a very sort of phonetically pure language, right? It doesn't have a lot of the extremely exotic sounds. Although there is one thing. So when you say it's kind of samurai, so like with Japanese, right? Like, so yeah, the samurai, that way you kind of get that samurai, like, it's a bit more guttural, and they kind of roll things a bit more there, which you would kind of maybe think with it. So yeah, you kind of combine that kind of pure tongue movements of the vowels with that sort of guttural sound. It makes a certain amount of sense that would be, without the kind of more exotic aspects of
Yeah,
human language.
it's not going to be like the Konnichiwa, right? Or Yankee San or what, however, a little. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing the Japanese words correctly. If you know Japanese, you know better than I do. But there is that, and it's deep, and it's like a tongue twister. But is there syllables within it? I mean, is that the question you're asking? Because it almost sounds like there is. It does. Is the Japanese language consonant vowels? Is there syllables? Uh, there's definitely something there, and is it guttural sounds? Yes, and is I don't know. It's just hard to explain, but once you hear it, it's quite, like I said, it's distinct. It's quite distinctive.
Well, and then it even brings in another aspect there. So you'd now it went a different direction than I thought. What was the word you used? Infrasound, right? So when you originally brought that up, because we were talking about the whole notion of whatever, and I guess, yeah, like you'd indicated, I guess, and I think I'd heard this too, that yeah, some people think that the infrasound can be used like for like mind control or something. But yeah, like just that. I mean, all infrasound, right? Ultrasonic versus subsonic or whatever is just that it's outside of the range of hearing that human beings could have. Now, The interesting thing, so yeah, I wouldn't put much stock in the whole idea that yeah, these are like they can use like magic tricks on you or something like that. But what would be interesting there is that because of course we know this with dogs and cats, right? Dogs and cats can hear at a much higher frequency than human beings. Um, and then it's the sound of that too. Like some people can speak under at a very low tone and kind of hearing all that. So like to see the full acoustic range. So it's funny enough, and I wanted to bring it up earlier because when you were talking about the way that at certain distances the sound sounded differently of the tree knocking, one thing to think about. So it was just like that whole what color is this dress kind of thing, right? There was like that dress that was actually gold and well, no, it was blue and black, but then because of the lighting on it, it looked white and gold because, of course, then it was color balanced and then it threw it off. But some people still perceived it because they noticed whatever. There's another one you can find it. You if you look up Yanny Laurel sound, what it is it's this sound, and I believe the guy's saying Laurel, but of course a lot of that's guttural. And so if you listen to it on bad speakers that are missing some of the lower tones, because of course lower tones it takes a bit more, it'll sound like Yanny. And the reason for that is there's different frequencies that make up even a normal speech sound. They're called formants. It's similar to the concept of harmonics for anybody who does music. Um, but yeah, if you cut out some of those frequencies, you can change what you're hearing there, right? So there's like a fundamental frequency, and then sympathetic frequency, so on and so forth. So that would be the one thing that would be interesting because
You,
like
you
yeah,
know, you know what you're saying here. When we did recordings and stuff, right? We had the basics of the back in 2005, 2004. The basic recorders and that were digital and we had certain like not studio mics, but what do they call them when they pick up the whole choir kind of thing.
yeah, like a shotgun or
Yeah, and we use that, right? So we could hear the birds, the crickets, the frogs, and all that. But we wanted to get far away sounds and be able to pick them up. But you're saying something here today would be really good in the Bigfoot field because linguistics and different sounds, right? The frequencies of these sounds would be something great to be able to record and put it through an analyzer, and you may be able to pick up these different syllables or consonants or verbalizations, and maybe pull out something that would be in some kind of a way of a certain type of language. Well, all animals have a way of communication, and like I said, here we go again. Here's the point. An expert has covered all fields of bases, and in this subject none of those are all covered, and that's what the disappointing point of about like when they put on the Finding Bigfoot series. All they did is they ran around looking for vocals and hoping to, with their night cameras or their infrared camera or yeah, infrared cameras or whatever you want to call them, thermal cameras. Sorry, I own one of those. um, they just went around not really proving anything, and it just became a real clown show. To me, it was just a big clown show, and to be honest with you, those guys know better. It was just a money making scheme, and that's all it was. Now Backerman and Bobo and those guys, you heard a term, the squatch or whatever. uh, to me, they really put a twist and a knot in it, but they have had true experiences, and they're legit people, but they left the Bigfoot world, and to the non-believer, to the ones who are wondering, a bigger gap than what it was before. You would have been better to research this or to be a believer back in the 70s to what it is, what they've done now, and just how many stupid Bigfoot shows out there, how many people are running around in a costume and saying, look, Bigfoot, Bigfoot, right? And now it's just a friggin' mockery. But when you come with these ideas like you're doing, and talking like this is something that's needed in the field of research, because it's another tool, another step to be able to show that there's something that is out there. That's because once you analyze and these vibrations or frequencies that these creatures are making, and they're guttural. They're coming out of the cavity of a chest of a large animal. Um, there's a lot to be explained there and a lot to do, and so you're re-educating your mind and your understanding on what these creatures could be or what they are.
Well, and I mean to get on that topic there, I mean this is often the problem, right? Like the way they've made such a mockery of it, what it makes you more suspicious and it makes you more sort of yeah, like it seems like a psyop that they're so tarnishing it. Because, like I said, I mean, back to how I prefaced this, and it was the most well, it's what I'd never really thought about. Now, I've never actually. You've heard me talk. I'm not a particularly spiritual person, so I've never bought much into ghosts. I've never bought much, but it's all equal to me. It's all the same to me. But the argument that I'd heard made, it's like the most plausible one for even a skeptic or a non-skeptic or whatever. The most plausible one is Bigfoot, right? I mean, the idea that there is still a creature out there, and especially if it's an intelligent creature who's smart enough to know to avoid people for the most part. I mean, it's not implausible. There's a lot of indications of it. It's sort of all over, and so yeah, no, it's definitely. And like I said, yeah, the feet are not particularly interesting, but the one thing that and if you notice, I've been trying to be very careful about the difference between a vocalization and a speech or a verbalization, right? My cat makes vocalizations, right? My cat does not verbalize or speak. Um, Sometimes I think she's mocking me because she makes this howl sound that because actually that's what cats do. Cats actually don't normally do that, but it's when they're around human beings. It's because they know that we make these noises, so they're trying to kind of mimic them. And so there is this howl sound that my cat she'll go once again. Cats have object permanence, much like these creatures must too. And like I said, the way that she looks at me without looking at me, but she'll specifically walk out of the room because I've never been able to record her doing this, and then she'll make a howl, and it's a very low kind of like wow wow like that she's like almost trying to like kind of mock the way that I sound, right? It's very facetious, and I know she's doing it on purpose. But back to it. So what is interesting is like I said, with these studies they've done on infants and with other things, is that speech sounds versus non-speech sounds are recognizable, right? Very young infants can easily distinguish between, and it doesn't matter what language it is or whatever and they start to attune more to their mother's language even within the womb. But outside of the womb, they can instantly, right, because of that eye tracking, they can tell the difference between this is just noise, this is speech, right? Now, funny enough, and this might be interesting from a Christian point of view for you there, even animals which don't have speech can distinguish they react differently to speech sounds versus non-speech sounds, which maybe you could say is human beings dominion over the animal kingdom. But yeah, there's something distinctive about human speech, right? There's a certain regularity, cadence, rhythm, and all these things that non-speech, right, just pure noise, right? That's what they're doing is they're comparing noise sounds, even onomatopoeia from using the human voice and stuff like that, or beatboxing versus actual speech, because there's a rhythm, there's a cadence, right? And of course, we as humans, right? Even when we hear language that's like weird that we've never heard before, like say like something like that even has like what we normally call non-speech sounds. So like the African languages that have that kind of click, that even whatever it is, we know that that's speech. We because of its cadence and stuff like that. So there is something very distinctive about speech and the rhythm of speech and I guess conveying information like that. Now, on the other side of that, like there's dolphins and there's different levels of there. They talk about like what is like how complex is say dolphin speech and whale speech, right? It's that kind of like long song. Now, of course, the acoustics of water and everything else like that makes it somewhat different, but that kind of clicking and everything they have, could that be conveyed as speech too? But I mean, in particular here, we have a animal that has similar um, physiology to human beings, and of course, for the most part, from what's been indicated, yeah, like that, obviously Bigfoot is more closely related to human beings than even human beings and chimpanzees. So we're like 99.99% probably similarity of the genome there and so it's very likely that yeah they could make these kinds of speech sense. So that to me is, given my background, that is the interesting thing, because of course that is sort of the thing that we're always trying to like even I've just even read recently number of science fiction things, right? This kind of the loneliness of the human race, right? And of course, this is a non-Christian worldview, right? But like the loneliness of humanity, right? That we're here and we can't really talk to anybody else, right? There's nobody for else to talk to, and so we're always trying to find creatures that we think we can talk to, right? So can we talk to the dolphins? Can we talk to these? Or because as a species, we are very lonely, right? We can only talk to ourselves, right? We haven't yet found a species we can even kind of
Well,
somewhat converse
think
with.
on that. I mean, I think I see where you're going with this, and I think you're making a good point. So I'm going to tell you an experience I had. So I'm videoing these rock knocks and knock crashes into the river, right? And all these people are down there looking at the salmon or coming up out of there. Now, this isn't like a regular provincial park or anything where people, thousands of people go and watch the salmon run up the river. This is a few people that are coming out and they're like looking at me going, "Do you hear that? Do you hear that? What do you think that is?" And I'm like, I'm kind of snickering, right? But as soon as I make my vocal, they leave, I make my vocalization sounds that mimics them. All of a sudden, everything stops. Now, did people get to see them? No, but were they far enough away from people, and people were too scared to go try to investigate what was making that noise? So, but when I made those vocalization sounds to them, everything stopped, and then in a short little while, the vocalization started up back. Now, I'm not saying that I was sitting there being Mr. Guru and they were talking back and forth to me, but we, I do believe because of the time that I spent out there trying to get to know these animals' movements and study them and understand them, that we did form some kind of a relationship. And so I put it to test. And the test was I left that area alone for a year. Now, they say the attention spans of a lot of wild animals or animals differ, right? And are short. But when I came back, it was in the springtime of March, a year later, or a little bit, it was actually more than a year later. I made some vocalizations, and oh my gosh, I got them back, and they came towards us. My wife and my kids were with me when that happened, and I looked at my wife and I said, "They know me. They understand that I'm trying to communicate to them." Now, doesn't mean I was trying to verbalize speech to them, like what you're saying, but they understood that I was trying to communicate back and call them. And they came. They didn't come right up to us. We didn't see them right there at us, but they did come close to us. And they Sasquatches, when you go towards them, they back off. And I always chop that up to this. In a lot of the new settlers, when they came in during the 1700s, 1800s, or whatever, right? They came in with diseases and stuff. And the proof that I put across to people was this: in the low-lying gorilla in Africa, there were a lot of death rates towards them. They were dying off, and the reason why is because human beings were approaching on their territories, and they would leave their shirts or clothes or whatever, or shit in the woods, however it was. And so I believed that the same thing happened with these, that like they may have caught the pox, and it's only a theory. I'm not saying this is what happened, but there was a point in time in North America that the numbers of these things, I believe, went down. And during the late 80s and stuff, the numbers came back up. And then on the Sunshine Coast, the reason the numbers came back up and came up quickly there was because they introduced an elk herd, which provides a ton of protein. And a large animal like that, definitely, I believe, needs protein. Now, is there enough vegetation in the woods to support them? I believe that there can be, but I'm not certain about that. But in what you were saying about vocalizations, and the other thing I wanted to tell you, we go back to the eye shine and all that stuff. I wanted to tell you about the eye spectrum that we hit something on it. We knew that chimpanzees had a spectrum of light about around 500 or something. These things, they have around 900 or something, where they're able to detect light with their eyes. And we used to use oh, what is it called now? I'm trying to remember the name of it. Where you can put on, I have all these LEDs. It cost me like $3,000 to buy this stuff. You put on these LEDs and you can't see them in the dark, but when you're using night vision stuff, it lights up the whole area. And what I wanted to do and never got to do with it was I wanted to make a light trap, meaning that when they came into an area that we knew they were in, I wanted to have these up in the trees. And technology wasn't quite there yet as it is today. And if they went up into the trees, we'd have the ability to have night vision cameras shining down, having this light shine down on them, and be able to capture video of it. Well, I left this system in my trailer one night, and on the outside of the spectrum of light, we captured a silhouette of one on the edge of the spectrum. And that told us that they could see into that 900 millibar spectrum of light. And I just wanted to share that.
So this was actually a point I was going to bring up earlier because we were talking about photos and stuff like that. And yeah, if you had used not only just like in this case you're using infrared light and stuff like that, but thermal, right? So just like you know, Tom Clancy Ghost Recon, right? Having actually thermal cameras. Now, what's interesting, I do know that some animals can actually almost hide their body heat, right? Like the bodies of birds, like the or something like that. Like certain animals' fur or feathering patterns actually hide thermal heat because it can be detected by some animals, right? So yeah, the idea that now I'm pretty sure in this case, yeah, it's infrared spectrum there, so that's below the human because then you have ultraviolet, right? But of course, ultraviolet, you know, can be rather damaging actually, right? Infrared usually is given off by heat. But yeah, in the case of those LEDs, it gives off kind of a non-heat infrared. But I do believe that yeah, that there are animals in the forest that can kind of see into that deeper infrared spectrum. So that was actually something I was going to specifically ask is if you guys have ever yeah, of course, yeah, the infrared question there. But then on that, like have you guys tried using or do you know of anybody who's used like a thermal body heat sort of camera there, right?
I own one. I own a very expensive one, not the cheap ones.
And so have you captured them on those, or do you find that they defy giving off body heat?
No, I have, and it's been tested. It was sent to the Flare company, and they verified it was a wild animal.
So was there anything interesting in the body? Like, because I'm pretty sure you probably pointed this at your buddy there, and you kind of like were used to looking at like the sort of signature of a human being, right? What parts are the
So, so,
hottest and
so what I did was to just explain. So have instead of have you ask the question, so I just explain it to you. So it was accidentally done. We didn't realize we had it, and I'll tell you why we didn't know we had it. We had a friend and a group of guys that were in the back of a pickup truck, and we were just using it. We just had picked it up. It cost me $7,000. It was a nave and the same thermal cameras that the Coast Guard uses in the United States. I had to bring it into the country um, as a GPS unit. Today, I think they're allowed in. I might get in trouble for saying this if it's recorded, but who cares? Um, the point of it is that we had it on a tripod. We were scanning a logging road, an area, and Buddy heard something, and then he said, I think I got something." I stopped the truck, and he was supposed to click on the video part, and he clicked a picture. He clicked the picture on the thermal camera instead of video. So when he went to review see what he got in the video, he didn't think he got anything. So when we were going through it, it ended up in the pictures. So right away, I had a buddy who was in connection with the thermal company in Canada here, and they took it and they said it definitely is a wild animal. It is the features, not that the outlying features, but the heat, the light spectrum that was coming off of it, the heat signature that was coming off of it was from an animal or a non-person that wasn't wearing clothing. So I put myself into the woods and had everybody take the thermal picture of me in all different angles, and then we sent that back again to them, and they identified that yeah, it was definitely someone in clothing, and they pointed out, they did a report and they pointed out. My friend Dennis has that report. So yes, we have done that. I still have it. Um, and it's quite interesting the way it is. I didn't release it out to anybody or into the internet again because of being ridiculed. Um, again, we can't just prove that it is a Sasquatch, though it's all the features are there. It's there. But here you got the Patterson video that is real, and it's been ridiculed for how many years, you know, and that Patterson film is made over $10 million. Um, so I didn't want to go down that road. There is another video that is out there that mine is a picture. Michael Green um, video that's on the internet. Mike Green's video that's on the internet. The fellow just passed away this year. He has the same features, creatures looking the same, comes out of Carolina, and it shows the same light signature. Mine's a little bit closer, a little bit more in depth on the feet on the signatures. His is the best video of a thermal camera ever taken. Mine is the best picture that has ever been taken with a thermal camera. Um, Mike let his out. He was ridiculed to death about it, but it is real and it is true. And the way he got his, you'll have to go and watch that video. It's out there. Just look up the Mike Green with an E on the end of green, Sasquatch video, in I don't know if it's North Carolina or Carolina, anyways.
So, because the thing that I guess is kind of like, once again, for me, always what I'm trying to figure out is, what is the differences, what is the similarities, and right. So yeah, like trying to figure out kind of, where that divide exists. So like, if the body heat signature of them was different, if there were certain parts that were like warmer or hotter than where you'd expect on a human being. Now, of course, they're covered in fur, but then that also brings up an interesting thing for me, at least, right? Is that I'm not great on this, but I know that the hair of polar bears is quite a bit different than the hair of, say, grizzly bear, right? Because of course, polar bears are swimming in much colder water, and so it's much more sort of, it interlocks and or something strange like that. And so I don't know if, like, with the hair of these and the hair covering there, and like I said, the body heat signature, is there a difference in the heat in the hair? Like, is it just a lot of essentially human or primate hair, or is there sort of a more distinctive, like, is there any sort of distinctive characteristics to that hair that can't really be found in human or primate hair?
I don't know if I can answer that properly to you. I mean, what we get to see is what we've seen, but we really there's the fibers in that. I mean, you can go on the internet and look that up because some people think that they've found Sasquatch hair, but I mean, they've found deer hair, bear hair, but in what we have found and what was analyzed, I mean, a strand doesn't tell you much, though it can, it breaks down into the melon and all that different other stuff that's within a hair. But is it more primatal? I think if I remember right, the guy in Alberta, I'm just trying to remember his name. I wish I could tell you. I have to ask Dennis about him again. Anyways, I think he was saying that it was more towards like a chimpanzee hair, and some people have wondered if these creatures have like a DNA of chimpanzee in them, or orangutan. Um, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know how to answer the question that way, on any of the on what we've seen, or on a thermal camera. You don't really, you're not you it's more showing the heat signature and everything else. So, um, a lot of the heat comes through it, through the hair. It's different than a dog, or when we did our test, the dog is more shielded. Um, we did get a thermal camera of a bear. What comes up on the bear is more facial, and wherever there is exposed fatty tissue, it shows up better. Bear seems to hide it quite a bit. I will tell you this one though. Okay, so just to give you, does all Sasquatches look the same? No, they don't. We had an experience in my wife and my kids. It was in 2006, 2007. We were doing a test on feeding them, and what we were doing is we were putting apples and dog food out. And what we found is we were competing with the elk. They were eating the dog food and the apples, believe it or not. But we did find footprints along with the elk prints. So was the Sasquatches tracking the elk and hunting them as they were going to each pile that we had made? So hold on a sec. My dog's bugging me. I got to go in lab, and he's trying to love me to crazy. So we went in to bring some more food, and we're we're coming out, and lo and behold, we've got a clear visual of a Sasquatch standing, or not standing, but crouching behind a rock where we came in. He was in the open. We could see his ears. We could see the side of his head. We could see his hand. We could see the length of his arm. And he was trying to crouch behind a rock that was not big enough. Estimated that thing, and it was about, we figured it was between 6 feet, between 6 and 7 feet. Now, that we don't know exactly what height it was because you couldn't tell, and there was no tape measure. But I saw what we call fireweed that was in front of the rock that was blowing back and forth, and the creature's there. We sat there for a few seconds as the creature was trying to hide itself behind a rock, and was amazed. We even had a camera beside us, just a cheap, Sony one shot camera, and we were just amazed that it was there. We were shocked, and so I eventually, you woke myself up out of the trance that I was in for a few seconds there, and try to make a round to where it was, because there was a road right behind it. And as soon as we made that advancement to go, it turned and it leaped into the woods and it was gone. So we go back there, and when we looked at the spot it was in the grass, there was a bunch of grass behind the rock. It was on a power line, not a power line, a gas line, and there was footprints there. They weren't overly large. We didn't take a tape measure to them, so we estimated that creature to be between 6 and 7 feet tall, and it was quite slim. It wasn't broad and big, but it was slim, and it had a human like ear, and it wasn't even like a chimpanzee ear. It was more, I wouldn't say it was human, but the way it was presented on its head, and it didn't even have that real peak to the where you see on apes, and that muscle that's on top of the head. It didn't really have that defining peak yet. So we pretty sure that we saw a young Sasquatch, um, and we could see that their fingernails and a little bit of the skin, and the skin at that point was dark, and the fingernails were dark. But the ears, um, I'm trying to remember if they were dark or not, but they didn't seem to be dark, but they were defined. You could really see them because, at the time you're saying, is this a bear? And that's what I kept saying to myself, is this a bear? And me and my wife discussed it after and said, well, if it was a bear, why didn't it have a snout? Why was it more flat faced than anything else? And it had a really super long arm. And what was defined about the arm was the shoulder muscle and that what do you call it? The tripex muscle in between the shoulder and the elbow. That was awesome display of muscle. It was just pure muscle and you could see it through the fur. So I don't think the fur at the time, and it was in September when we saw it. I don't think it was that that it wasn't really heavily furred or lots of hair, if I could say that.
Yeah, no, because I think because was this the same one where you saw the arm? Because we talked about earlier, you were talking about, or is this a different experience? Was this the same one?
Different one.
Okay, yeah, because maybe that's like I have no idea how it is for animals, but yeah, maybe they're the patchiest there early fall, and then that's when it starts to thicken up, or if it does. But that's what I'm always curious what the sort of cycles are there.
Yeah, the one behind the truck and that um, definitely was a much bigger creature.
So it's funny actually you brought it up. So the that kind of ridge that they get on their heads. Now, of course, like yeah, orangutans, like as the males get older, they get those like those face flaps and stuff like that. So there's certain physical characteristics that change as an animal ages, right? Of course, human beings for males, it's a beard. Um, you like you said, like the body fat distribution of a female as she ages and stuff like that. So like what like yeah, what are sort of the identifying things about age? Now we brought up you said there was one animal that you did see that had kind of like it was kind of graying there a bit, like, and so you said there's like a head ridge or something like that on the older creatures, or I can't hear you if you're talking.
Yeah, hold on a second. My wife was asking a question. Can you repeat that again?
So I guess yeah. So like, what kind of characteristics? Like I said, so like yeah, human beings as they age, right? Yeah, like hair gets darker. Males develop beards, and so you had mentioned like a head ridge. Like what kind of other characteristics kind of indicate the age of an animal? You know what I mean? The presence of different, like that. This is a younger animal. This is an older animal.
Well, that one was definitely younger for sure because it was slim and it did have black fur or hair. I wouldn't say it was fur. I think it's more hair. And I it was in a crouching position, and then when we tried to go around to it, it was gone. Right, it leaped in, and it was gone into the woods. So, I mean, that's the aspect I can give. That's the only thing I can give to you. If I say anything really more about it, it's I'm putting a story to it. You know what I mean?
For sure. And so like the other thing I'm thinking about here is so once again it's always an interesting thing to me, like where humans diverge from. It's not always the obvious. So like obviously human beings don't have hair all over our bodies like all the other primates do, but we do, where we do grow hair, it can grow very long, right? So the head, the beard for males there. Do you, or then of course yeah, you have lines of mane. See, do you like the hair on the head, would you say that it's more like does there seem to be an indication of like longer hair on the body, right? Or is it fairly even throughout?
Just asking my wife here what she thought. What thought it was shiny black, but you think it was more like fur or just hair? Yeah. Did you hear that? My wife, my. Did you hear what my wife said?
It was like the coat of a bear.
She says it was like a coat of a bear. but it was a blue black. That's what she says. And I felt it was a little bit longer than that, but it was definitely thicker than regular hair for sure.
But would you say that they have like any sort of like hair that gets longer on the body, like a mane or like human have hair or a beard? Is there any, or is it even throughout? Do they, is it just an even sort of length throughout there?
And most of them, it's a longer. I would say a longer hair. But like I said, we're getting glimpses and stuff. But like the one in the back of the truck, at the back of the truck, it definitely on its arms, it had this stringly hair. Uh, it wasn't like a hippie. You had this long hair and strangly, or a Chinese guy with a beard. But uh, it's when I think of when I'm looking, I'm trying to look at it right now and remember what we saw. I would say definitely it had longer hair than than fur to me. And but she's right. It did have this tinge bluish color to it. So does it have different lengths of hair all over its body? You know, on the arms of the other one, it reminded me more of hair like we have on our arms, but thicker and longer. Does that help? I mean, um, it's hard. It's just hard to say. They're patchy. They're thinner in the summertime. Um, to what we've seen, yes, they definitely are. Do they grow in an underlay coat and get thicker? I really can't answer that. I can't really give you a definite defining. What's that, Deb? We don't know. Yeah.
Well, I guess my point here kind of is, so like human beings, like especially male, right? So human beings grow, the hair on a human being's head can grow quite long, right? Unlike other animals, usually it grows to the length it wants to grow and then it falls out, right? So what hair we do have, like the hair on the head, and for males, the hair on the face, when it grows, it continues to grow, right? So you can get a very long beard, you can get sort of those characteristics. And so, like I said, for me, I'm trying to like differentiate, like, kind of where the differentiation is there. So I guess I was trying to say, like, do they almost seem like they have like beard, like almost human beards, where the hair on the face of the males is longer, or the hair on the heads of all of them? Like, does it show like some, like, even if it's not quite as long as human hair, like almost like what I'd say, like a head of hair? You know what I'm saying there?
So what I want you to do is to explain this better because it's hard to say because you know the, what we have seen and like Deb just reminded me about the one on the road I was telling you about, right? That was sitting down. If you go to on the internet and go look for the book called Meet the Sasquatch, and in there you can look at it online, and in there's a gorilla that is sitting down. I always referred to what I seen is what that almost like, looked almost exactly to what I'd seen, and the hair and fur on it was almost similar to that. And so it's like it's for me to explain it. It's a longer, not scragglier, but longer type of thicker hair. And the one was in the fall time in October, like I said. Um, so it definitely had a thicker, more hair.
Okay, I think that kind of answers what I was going after there, was just, yeah, the distribution of it. Now, what one thing that is interesting
I
here is
think
that,
it's really hard to really nail it
yeah,
down,
yeah, yeah.
you know, because I mean I really would have to sit there. You're not in the zoo looking at a gorilla, right? You're in the bush, and then it's like we know as we hunt, we know what we're looking at with a deer because after we kill it, we can really examine it, right? Well, we don't get that chance with these things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, exactly. I guess I'm just like, yeah, like I'm saying, I'm trying to like almost kind of figure out the divide here. Now, the one thing that is interesting here, so yeah, like you said, you're on the Sunshine Coast here, which is kind of a warmer part of Canada compared to much of Canada. There, right? It actually does get quite warm compared to a lot of Canada. It doesn't get quite as cold as most of Canada does, and so. Now, this is maybe where you speculate, but just on what you've heard from other people. So likely, this is kind of a warmer climate for these animals versus what we've heard. Like, would you say that like that? What differences? Because yeah, like I mean, usually when we think of Bigfoot, and of course, then we get into the whole thing of the Yeti and stuff like that. Because if anything, you're probably dealing with animals that are in kind of the warmer extent of elsewhere, right? Because do you believe that that these animals, or at least a different variety of these animals, are deeper into the colder parts of you say BC, there where like -30 is not unheard of, right?
What a great question. I mean, really, that's a really good question because it is an important question because there are sightings all over Canada from Manitoba right through. What really bothers me about a lot of these sightings, and I believe that they're real, but what bothers me is the temperature in the wintertime, the cold weather. And now because of what we experience on the coast, on around the Sunshine Coast, or say up in I'll call it Sasquatch land, but Chilliwack and all that area up in Maple Ridge, or the Sasquatch Park, Wackpog would know those areas well. Um, that's a different climate within that lake. It can be warmer. I mean, I've had people tell me they swim in the lake sometimes when up there in the wintertime because it's a more of a warmer climate because there's maybe volcanics or anything there. On the west coast, you know, you can survive out in the forest. I mean, easily. Now, deer and that up here, moose and all that, they all survive in the cold. Bears, but bears hibernate. And my question always is that some guys tell me in the summertime around 100 Mile, around Williams Lake, and in these areas, that these creatures, they've seen these creatures. But I've gone out and I found no evidence. But what I do find here too is the massive logging that is here. It is huge. And for me to believe that these animals would exist in this area would be very hard to believe that. Um, because when you have a massive forest, not like the climate of a rainforest, you have much more to eat out there than you do up here in the wintertime. Now, I'm only speculating again, but I do have a tough time believing that the creatures are able to survive in the winter. So there's a lot of questions on that. Then, do they travel back to the coast? Do they? Then, if they did that, there would be way more sightings than they are now. And our microclimates, I guess you could say, that stop in Boston Bar in that area, in the desert areas, could there be more? Kelowna has quite a few sightings just outside on the highways and stuff like that. So there's a lot of questions to be asked of all this. I
So
like.
I
Go ahead. Sorry.
so I guess kind of what I'm trying to nail here is what's interesting. So whether I guess you could say is there different racial characteristics? Is so like of course we know that human beings that are in hotter, warmer climates have darker skins. Human beings like from the British Isles have very light, pale skin, right? Because they've adapted. Even over a short time, right? People sort of there is that sort of ability to adapt. So what I'm thinking about here is that of course we know that there's sightings of these creatures as far south as California. There's even rumors of them in the swamps there of east of the Mississippi, right? Arkansas, Alabama, Florida, stuff like that. So they're they have different names down there. What the validity of that, but it's possible this creature gets around. And like I said, like if anything, we could imagine. Now, like I said, my general assumption here, my thesis, my sort of thing is that the major differentiation between human beings and these creatures is obviously came eastward, but probably over the Bering Strait, whereas we used fire and skins of animals to stay warm and cross that. They obviously had fur and body mass and fat and non-fire, other animals' skins. So if anything, I guess what I'm trying to think is like the animals that you're seeing there on the Sunshine Coast might be, essentially, the ones that are more adapted for that sort of warmer climate. Whereas, and like I said, they might not even be separate species, right? And of course, the definition of species in biology, right, is that they can't intermingle and so on and so forth, right? It might really be more kind of like our
Yeah,
racial
no, I know
classifications.
what you're saying because there's a difference. Than Okay, so let's use this as an example. So grizzly bears on the west coast are much bigger than they are inland grizzly bears, unless you get a high. They're not hybrids, but they're a different breed of a grizzly bear. The silverback is can be a very large grizzly bear. Um, we get almost 900-pound grizzly bears that are out on the west coast. So here's the point of the question: is there a different type of Sasquatch inland, and like the swamps or like Florida? Could they be different types of creatures, and are those creatures down there the same as a Sasquatch here, or are they just a different primate down there? Those are things that I don't think anybody really can give you an answer to. But we know that because people have seen these creatures in these areas, like Prince George's, and has a huge amount of numbers of Sasquatch sightings. Northern Manitoba has a huge amount of Sasquatch sightings. So does Saskatchewan. Ontario, and there's a show there that Discovery did on Snellgrove Lake, and it's a great where they're throwing rocks and stuff at the cabin, and they do that stuff. So they all have to. Those ones I've talked about all have to survive a winter that has minus 30 to 40 degrees, right? Minus, yeah, minus. So what type could they be? I don't know. I can't give an answer to that. But I like to stick to the West Coast the way they behave. Alaska, here's something now on the um, High Peninsula or whatever in Alaska. I don't know if I quoted the Kenai Peninsula in Alaska. They've been having a lot of Sasquatch sightings lately, and they have to deal with temperatures and cold, and then the wet also up there, right? And they're more similar to the ones in British Columbia, and so that intrigues me more than the inland ones that are inland. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, well, that's yeah. Like, is there not only say racial distinctions, but and then this is where it gets interesting, cultural, right? So if you understand what a cultural, right, like so like that you can that they have similar behaviors, right? So there might be like not just because of like the climate and how that affects their physical characteristics, but maybe there's a cultural, maybe there's a coastal Sasquatch, right? Like ones that are used to, like you said, like eating oysters, right? Because that's a skill, right? Like knowing how to eat oysters. Now, if somebody ended up on a coast very quickly and they survived the first few winters, they're going to learn that you can pry these things open and eat out of them, right? Just like people have discovered all around the world where oysters exist independently, they've discovered how to pry them open and eat them, right? But you could have and you find these sort of weird coastal things, right? Like it's not just like little clumps of whatever, right? Like there's sort of natural terrains, right? So like we even see this with the native, right? Like like there's the languages along the coast are more related to the languages, So you go 1,000 miles up and down the coast there, and you find related cultures, right? Whereas you go 100 miles inland from any point there, it's a completely different coast culture, right? So you'll have so yeah, are there sort of like you said, races or breeds of Sasquatch? But even within races and breeds of Sasquatch, do you then have,
Hey, Zink, Wogpog, I think he's having troubles there.
No, I'm good. I'm just trying to signal that I want to come in here on this because I think this is a good point. First of all, I've enjoyed this tremendously. I've been glued to this thing and I've had all kinds of stuff to do. So I've catching drips and drabs. So I'm grateful it's recorded. I want to speak a little bit to that. There would be like an evolutionary trait where like let's say your desert and I'm whatever you want to call these primates or Bigfoot or whatever, it may be like a tribal thing where you don't really want to intermingle because you get untoward traits, right? We can't afford to have low hair count for the coastal beings, for example, and stuff like that. So there, if we're talking about like sort of a and I don't want to call it near human intelligence, but just a higher order primate, for example, then there would be, evolutionary advantage to not intermingling. So you might have like what you're talking about, but and then I wanted to back up just a little bit to what you were asking about with the wintertime stuff. So one of the story, this was recounted to me like one on one with this dude, and he was doing damn it, a seismic, heli portable seismic. So that's like where you jump out of the helicopter, you drag this giant cable, and then you go and detonate an explosion underground some distance away. And these are basically microphone arrays. And what it does is it gives you an idea if there's like oil underneath the ground. Anyways, my buddy was doing this up northern BC, and he came across like this was snow. And don't forget, you have got the Yeti up over in Tibet as well. But he came across these tracks in the snow, and he was like, "There is no way any human could do this." And I can't remember all of the superior details of this, but the basically what happened is that he was like, "I got to get out of here." He was having weird feelings, like he was being watched, all kinds of stuff like this. So he jumped back up in the chopper, said, "Look, I'm not doing it. This is, as far as I'm concerned, this day is done. But I want to follow these tracks." And so him and the helicopter pilot followed the tracks, and like even the helicopter pilot was like, "Holy crap, dude! Like those are not like if you're in deep snow and you're a human, like you'd have to lift your leg up like way too high than a human could. Like these were like independent footprints." But just to sort of back up that thing there, that what you were saying, like what do they do in the winter? That is a good question. Do they hibernate? Do they come out and do they semi hibernate? Like, but yeah, that's a good question.
Well, and on the West Coast, I've found footprints in the snow too. And let me just say this about the footprints, so people know, because Walkbug, you're close into that Chilliwack area, aren't you?
Oh, I am a Bigfoot, parts unknown. I've been sighted in the wild all over BC.
Okay, well, I'm just wanted to say I don't know where you are, so I just want to say if you're in that area, go to Chilliwack Lake, and if you ever do want to know some things to do to attract them, or if you've had any experience, uh, just give me a call, and I'll tell you what to do, and you'll probably have some kind of interactions. But back to the snow thing. The reason I mentioned that was because also I want people to identify that if you see footprints side to side, those are not Sasquatch footprints. Okay, they have a way of walking in line with their feet, and it's very important to identify that. And it's very important, if you do find a track, to look for it for a hinge line and to look for dermal ridges. It's very, 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 very important, because those are the things that will legitify a true footprint to a fake footprint, or to a bear walking on its own paws and stuff like that. But do they semi-hibernate? I believe they do. In real cold weather, they do semi-hibernate. And meaning, do they go to sleep? I don't know. I don't know. All I know is this: is that the in between December, late November, December to February, the end of February, and then in March, all of a sudden, sightings start popping up. And you start looking at that and researching that, and you'll find that to be true.
Yeah, but how many humans are traipsing around in 3 feet of snow? I mean, it's not, you know, whatever, right?
With our
I
snowshoes, none.
well, yeah, well, it's very rare, to the amount of humans traveling in the woods in wintertime is not really embraced. But I also wanted to sort of back up again, because I was listening to the rock throwing thing, and in the Revelstoke area, we were in the middle of nowhere, and it was a very steep terrain. It is very strange. Like sometimes the angle of the slope is so perfect that you can like look up through the trees, and it was like 45-degree angle, and so you could see basically the sky through the trees if you just sort of, because it was like a low, it wasn't a super high ridge, but anyways, the this something was right at our campsite. Something was rolling rocks down on us, and it was like a plinko or something. So just to back your story up about that.
Yeah, we've had quite a few rocks. My wife was with a guy from England. What was his name?
Charles Higgum.
Charles Higgum. He was a train operator from in London, I guess. He came out, and I was out with a bunch of other people. We had, I don't know, over 100 people that came out that time. And my wife's standing there. He's there, and this rock came out of the woods. On how much of an angle did it come out on?
Oh, it was lobbed at a pretty good.
And how close to
across sight too? It had to come across sight too in order to get to where it was.
Yeah, and how big was it?
Size of a 5-pin bowling ball.
Yeah, size of a 5-pin bowling ball. And it was, how high in the air did it come down?
Oh, it cleared us by quite a bit. So, and we were standing at the washroom talking.
So just imagine it's clearing
trees,
roadway in a campground and trees.
A full campsite. The road
and a full campsite.
Halfway through the other site.
Yeah.
Never mind the trees in between.
So
it
was like it was lobbed through and came across. And how close to the land to you guys?
It landed next to Charles's tent.
Yeah. So
because Charles was at his tent.
It scared him so bad that he ended up sleeping in John's car for the rest of the night, his Jeep. But just to give you another story about these creatures throwing rocks, I don't know what human being could throw a rock that big and that heavy that far.
So this brings up, and actually it's related to the concept of culture. So we talked a little bit about the little kind of like teepee structures. Now, yeah, it was interesting. You did bring up that, yeah, you noticed some smaller of these. I'm just going to call them teepee structures. I don't know what else to call them. These tripod structures that we see built there. And almost, and this is an interesting thing, right? And this is actually not even just a human characteristic. This is across many animals, right? That the play of children is actually usually mimicking the work of adults, right? So young animals that hunt, like to they have little hunting games and fighting games and so on and so forth, right? And of course that's what children kind of mimic, and strangely, of course, with the adaptability of children, right? So yeah, like whatever the games were, like when people live in prehistoric whatever, right? Like little kids in modern countries, they play it, whatever adults do, right? Even in a modern thing, it's like, oh, I'm driving a car, right? Like, how is that fun? I don't know. Like, I mean, but that's what kids do. It's like whatever the parents do, the kids mimic. So it is interesting in that regard that, yeah, that this structure building is an important part of what they do, and that the children or the young ones seem to mimic that behavior. Now, with those structures, though, are there any other? So we talked about the teepees, and of course we do have sort of things like you mentioned the stick. Have you come across any sort of like, and you also mentioned that thing that was, and you, like I said, not that seemed like it was almost kind of a trap of sorts, right? To purposely cause the deer to kind of run into this intricate trap there, and what other kind of structures or tools, right? We talked about maybe that one log that was possibly used for the knocking. Have you come across any other structures that out there other than those ones?
Yeah, we've come. It's amazing because we've come across this one blowdown. This tree was a blowdown, but what we discovered in there was. It might sound weird, and you could say, "Oh, this could have been just a person that was, hiding under there, or just camped under it." But that wasn't what it was. We find these sticks that are pushed into the ground, and I've always wondered what they were because I found them all the time. Now, sticks can fall out of trees, but these are straight, and they're along some of the game trails, and these not where people have always walked. And a lot of people don't walk game trails unless you're hunting and stuff like that. And most of the people in the area that I was in never ever did go down those things because I'd never find footprints, shoe prints, and all that stuff. And I had one time one person once in the campground tried to hoax me about a footprint, and so we cast it purposely just to pull it up and I said to the guys, "You're going to find a shoe print in there," and lo and behold, we did. But this structure, what I found was a blowdown, and the creatures were staying under it. We found hair, and we found that these sticks that were stuck in the ground, and we always wondered what were they for? Why was it there? Was it for a youngster? Was it for protection? It was in the middle of the forest. It was not where there was no footprints, no trails, no nothing. But it was interesting. And while we were there looking at it, we ended up having the knocking and some vocalizations further down when we were close to it. So what was it? I don't know. Could have been a structure, could have been somewhere they just bedded underneath. I would find beddings underneath old growth logs that old growth trees that had been laying down for a long time, and we found were impressions of big impressions of body prints. We called them. So they would get out of the rain, and um, so things like that we found that would just be logical. Could have been a bear stretched out underneath a big, huge old growth fir tree that laid on the ground, blew down, that was all rotten and stuff. It could have been, but the one thing that we liked about it was they were always dry underneath. So, and a lot of times they were up against south facing, um, like there would it would be like a wall, like a hill, and so that the south winds wouldn't blow up, because on the coast, the southeast or southwest winds, however you want to put it, would blow up along and block. So these hills would block it. So it just made sense to us that they could possibly be using these things. So there wasn't always just a teepee structure, or a bent over tree that had logs on it, or the other thing I found was crisscross patterns with the bent over trees. Um, there's several different things, and looking back at it, when I watch nature films or watch other people hiking through woods now on YouTube, I see these bent over trees, but they're not the same. It's not even close to being the same. And when we go into these areas that had these certain bent over trees, with them tied in salal or logs on top of them, or even rocks. Usually, 10 to 1, we would have some kind of interaction or encounter with the creature.
So now you had mentioned, I think I can't remember if it was oysters or clams, like a big pile of them there, right? Like, and we were talking about that earlier. Um, Now, of course, these are big, powerful creatures, and they can do things, but I don't know, like, yeah, if there's any way to really open an oyster without some sort of a tool, right? Like, especially if you have large fingers, right? Like, really getting in there. Like, now, did it look like they had been pried open, or like just that they'd like been cracked open like a nut, right? And you know what I'm saying? Like, does it look like this is something that they had to probably use like a tool to open, or did they just kind of brute force it?
Okay, so with an oyster shell on the west coast, all you have to do is find the right side, the right point of that oyster, smack it up against a rock, and you can crack it open. Did we find broken oyster shells and stuff? Yes. Did we find parts of that were encaved, like smashed by a rock? Yes. One other thing I wanted to tell you about, you talk about how powerful they can do these things. This one time we were in an area where we had a lot of encounters, and we found a tree that must have been 40 feet in length. And it was a fairly good diameter tree. The root ball of the tree, now this must have been a blowdown, but the root ball in the tree of the tree was hanging up in the air on another tree in amongst its branches. How does the root ball get up there? And this is a full size tree.
because this is the part that was always interesting to me about these structures that they talk about, like, yeah, how it's like these bends, but these are fairly thick branch, like even just these like little teepees they build, right? Yeah, that these are like, good, 3-inch diameter, 2-inch diameter, right? Not something that, yeah, like any, like when people are like, oh, it's just some guy got buddy going through the forest just to make a joke there, right? Like it's not a trivial thing, right? It's not something you could bend, and it's so casually bent and carefully bent, right? Some of these teepee or tripod structures, right? So that's always, yeah, just kind of showing you that this is sort of casually done by hand, right? But not something that a human being could casually do by hand, right? Like,
So let me tell you this, okay? Just not along those TP or bent over trees, or because there's evidence of them being tied up into the salal. But we also found twisted trees. Now the twisted trees wasn't just because someone took the tree and twisted it. No. These trees that were twisted weren't bent over and then twisted, because there'd be a ton of like different way the fiber would break. These things, now you can believe it or not, but what I've discovered is that they were twisted by the arm and the wrist, and then they were laid in a point of direction. So I started getting guys to stand up, even to where we brought a ladder, that we could look up high and see if we could see any other trees in the direction these things were pointed in. And guess what we found? We were able to find their trails, and we believe that, I still believe to this day, they used them as like markers. And they weren't like in a series of every 10 feet. You had to get up high to see if you could see anything. And something I stumbled on, and something I thought about for a long time. Why were they doing this? Why was this? And they always led to an area where they went to, where they would get under trees or build structures, or to where they would go to where there were swamps and stuff. So Matt Moneymaker, which the notorious BFRO and the Finding Bigfoot man, him and I decided to do. We figured these creatures were coming out of the woods to get to the swamp, and this Randy. You remember Randy's last name is?
Card?
It was Randy Card. Randy had his camera equipment, and we set him up with a radio and stuff. And he was a photographer, and we gave him a tarp to hide under, a camouflage tarp, like one of those military ones, with all the stuff that would blend in. And he was down on a hollow, and we're all kind of waiting way away from him, about 2 kilometers away from him. And we wanted to see if the creature would come down the pathway of these twisted trees. Lo and behold, we hear 2 screams. One from Randy first, and then one from the creature second. And they were like 1, 2, like boom, boom. So we're all freaking out, trying to get a hold of Randy on the radio. We were yelling for him. We thought something happened really bad. Randy finally shows up 45 minutes later up the road, all freaked out, all covered in swamp muck and swamp weed. And he lost his camera in the swamp. And this is what he told us. He says he was hiding under that tarp. He said he heard something come down the trail. It was just getting dark. And he said when he lifted the tarp up a bit to look to see what was coming, he said when he lifted it up, right beside him was this big, huge, hairy leg and foot. And he fucking screamed, and it scared the creature. It screamed and took off, and Randy took off. And Randy ended up going through the swamp because it was dark, and running for his life, and ended up where we were afterwards. It's a funny story, but it's a true story. There's still like a $2,000, $3,000 camera sitting in the bottom of this swamp.
So, you familiar with the Toba Inlet story?
Oh, with the trees, the butt of the tree sticking up in the air.
No. This is a different one. This is it's 1907. I'll have to dig it out of my archive.
Oh, you're talking about what's his name? The
Yeah.
miner. Yeah, I'm very familiar about it. I just trying to remember his name. I actually located that I believe that story is true, and I believe I located the area that he was in.
So I think we'll probably save that for another one because I don't know how long you guys want to go here to tell the whole long-winded story. But I will say this, that a bunch of boys that I know were working up there, and they said there was a bunch of weird stuff happening because they put in a hydroelectric dam up there not too long ago, like 5-7 years ago. And they were saying all kinds of strange stuff was going on.
Yeah, no.
So when you say twisted tree, I mean, going back there, what do you mean? What is a twisted tree? Can you tell me what exactly you mean by a twisted tree?
So take a tree that's between 3 and 4 inches long, right?
Long or wide?
Wide, I mean, sorry, wide. That tree was twisted, like literally twisted in itself. Like if you take 2 sticks and you twist it, and it's got all those fibers that are broken.
Okay. So it's like breaking spaghetti, right? That's what you're saying there.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
You and I could never do that.
Yeah.
Without taking the top and, going around in a circle, and finally it breaking, or, you know what I mean?
So
But
yeah, essentially
it
like
was,
holding it with 2 hands and twisting in opposite directions with either hand, right?
yeah. This was not done that way. It was done like something twisted it and then pointed it. It's hard to explain, but it wasn't the same as like we were talking about.
Yeah. No, that.
On another thing that you said, like I can pretty much back up a lot of the stuff that you said, like as another guy that's been researching this for a long time. I've been wandering around in the woods here in BC for years trying to find Bigfoot. So I'm a little bit jealous that you have all these. Every time you turn around, you're bumping into a Bigfoot. But the stacked tree branch thing, I've seen that before. Very oddly arranged sticks, almost like they're directional pointers or something like this. Like just makes no sense. Like on the side of a cliff, like a grassy knoll on the top of a cliff, the trees are like 3-4 feet back from the edge, and there'll be like this specific arrangement of sticks where I just take like extreme amounts of photographs. I get out my compass and like know exactly where my GPS coordinates were, and just noted like, okay, this is pointing to that other side of the mountain exactly there. And it's like, and then just for people that don't know, like it's not like you're just like walking in the Laurentians, it's not like a rolling hill scenario. It's like where that thing was pointing would have been a good day and a half bushwhack to get up to that other area. So I've also seen that, so I can back you up on that one too.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, Wogpog, I mean, it's awesome that you can back me up on those things, but in little sense, I tell people that, and this is no smack or anything to anyone. What I've found and what I've seen is what I've found and what I've seen, and for people that don't know this, and if they want to have an experience, like you're jealous because it seems like I'm running into them all the time. That's not true. I don't run into them all the time. This is over several years of experience. But we do the one thing that's different than me than a lot of people, and I know, what's his name there, that took over for Randy DeHaan, and that what's his name,
Rene Dahinden.
yeah, no, yeah, Randy DeHaan. Me and him had talked before he passed away, and he never got to see the creature. So he I had talked to him several times. Mike Green and I sat with 100 people standing around me, discussing about, and he never got to see the creature either.
So
And he was,
he owned the Patterson film for a period of time, eh?
yes, yep, I do.
And he sold it before the internet took off. The poor bastard sold it, and Christ, I mean, imagine what a gold mine that thing is now. I mean, it's used. How many times has that thing been used? So,
I
little
think
lesson to the wise there.
I think Randy DeHaan's son owns it now.
No, it was sold out of the family years and years ago, like 93-ish or something like that, I believe. I'm not, don't quote me on any of this stuff. I can't remember all this off the top of my head. But the fascinating thing is, when the commonality and the when you start linking these things together and you hear different stories, there's sort of like with the UFO community, what they do is they hold back a few key details because they want to see if people will, be remembering those details to sort of validate the story, if you will. But this has been a pretty open discussion. It's amazing. I really liked your comment on like not wearing polyester, right? Like I thought that was an interesting thing, because imagine what a stench that puts off to if you had a nose of a dog or something like that. I mean, that stuff must smell to high heaven. So that was an interesting one to me too. Like there's also like tips and tricks if you. So yeah, we should definitely get this stuff together. This is amazing.
Well,
I've just been blown away today.
there's things that I've used that you would be shocked about, that are naturally bodily fluids in such a way that there's some stories there that tell you, just because it's you do a natural process. But the biggest thing in this, okay, Walk Pog, is that when you come into an area, you do not want to sound or identify yourself as a human being, and if you can cover that up, the better chances you get. And I'm telling you, I spent some terrifying nights in the forest by myself, and my kids and my wife and people thought I was a whack job, but it gave me those real good insights and experiences. I mean, I had Sasquatches that were sitting on a, like in Chapman Creek, sitting on the edge, like looking at me.
Did
Oh, he got
we,
hit his mic button.
we
Oh,
lost you there, Faith?
yeah. So no, I was just saying that I was sitting on the top of sitting at the tree when they're sitting at the top of the ravine, crouched down, and there's three of them, and they're there. I know they're there because I heard them, and they're not moving, and I'm not moving, and I'm pretty sure they're looking directly at me, going like, "What is this? Is this like what weirdo is doing this?" Like, just totally odd than what normal human beings would be doing, right? Like most human beings are driving through or walking through a trail, and they follow, and they had followed me too and stuff like that. I mean, there's some things that Ricardo and I did that we videotaped, that knocking back and forth and hiding behind berms and stuff like that, which really tickles their pink. Like they just go bananas. And I like to pass that stuff on because I'm getting older now, and I got a shot knee now, and I wish I could get back out there and do what I used to do, because with all this political shit that's going on in this world, I kind of would like just to get myself lost back into the Bigfoot world, because I do miss it. My wife thinks I should start up a YouTube channel and just go out there and do what I used to do, just to show what
Are
I
you familiar with Steve? He lives in BC. Uh,
who.
he runs a show. Steve, I don't know his last name. He runs the Facts by How to Hunt. It's a
Oh, not
YouTube
close.
channel too. He
Oh
he
yeah,
he literally
Steve's.
takes stories. He takes stories of people's encounters with these sabe, as he calls them. Um, um, and he tells the stories, and he's been doing it for quite a few years now. And he lives in BC. He's a
Yeah, he lives
hunter.
in Pemberton. Um, he spoke about me 3 to 4 different times. He doesn't know who I am. My buddies passed on some things that took place with me with the BFRO and stuff like that, which he hates them. But I've tried to get in contact with Steve. He's a very good hunter. I think he's had some experiences when he was younger too. But what cheeses me off is he doesn't call me back. And if the stuff that I know that I could pass on to Steve, because Steve's had some kind of interactions in that, but he has that talent with wild animals and hunting, and he could probably further this on than a lot of people. I would love to be able to get in contact with that guy. But
Yeah,
I'm,
yeah,
We'll,
he
we'll
spends
work
so
on
much
it.
time in nature. He's adapted with the environment and the animals, and that's truly what it is getting adapted to the environment, right? And like you said,
We'll
if you
get
spend
we'll get
enough time in the woods, you start hearing all sorts of things too, right?
We'll get that sorted out. Don't worry about that. But one of my biggest regrets is not interviewing Renee DeHinden myself. So I'd love to pick your brain about that. Yeah, there's quite a few people doing independent stuff, and that's what the power of this like hive mind things. Like, just imagine if we, keep on running these spaces, and then we eventually get him in, or then we get the other dude in, and daddle daddle doodle doodle, and next thing you know, you got the greatest guys that are working on this shit worldwide. And then I can just foresee this, like, what about getting some Tibetan dudes in, getting some live translation going on, and really, with the new Google Pixel phones there, they can do like live translation like on the fly. So some Tibetan guy could be talking into his phone, and we can figure out a modality there to it's a little bit of tech work behind
yeah,
it, but
no,
that's
stuff
where we're
like that.
going.
Stuff like that, Wogpug would be awesome. I do hold a lot of knowledge in this area. Like I keep telling people, I'm not an expert. I don't want people to think that there's experts out there in this field. There's not, but there is so much more ground to gain upon. This creature, these creatures are not disprovable. They're there. They're provable,
Well,
and
to back you up on something else you were talking about, like refusing Discovery Channel and whatnot, Animal Crackers or whatever the other channel is. Um, my buddy was involved in another sort of investigation stuff, and those guys came in and just, we're the big crew and this and that. And he was like, dude, I've been researching this for 25 years. You guys are walking in here and screwing around with a bunch of evidence, and they just all they're after is hyperbole, right? It's the same thing that we face here on the internet with just the other stuff, and all they want is that little sound bite, right? And so it's you
There's a
almost,
grift. There's a grift in the
yeah,
community, right?
yeah. Well, they
So
just
so
want that like drama thing. Go ahead, Zink.
so yeah, before we get too political, well, political within context of this, the autist in me has sort of one final question there on these artifacts. I do have a bit of an obsession with this aspect. So, Faith, have you come across now? It's going to be a difficult one because how can you tell the difference between a human hand axe and a Sasquatch hand axe? But have you come across like any of their nests or places like that? Have you come across because we know they use stones, they throw them in the road, whatever. But have you come across like any indication that they actually do some sort of stone working there, right? Have you seen any indication, or even like say what looks like it was, one of their structures that was cut with something? Is there any indication of stone working that you've seen?
no, just with the oyster shells as a blunt object. Probably that's probably the best I could tell you. Um, would they figure out like use a sharp and stuff like that? Why not? I think they're intelligent enough. I think they're really they're keen. They're definitely not. They do have a mind that does work. So, I mean, when you find little tiny structures that I believe that were made from the younger or the children of the creatures, it tells you there's intelligence there, and a dog can't do that. Can a great ape do that and stuff? We don't know. We haven't seen them do it, but nobody's ever reported on it. But one thing I saw one day that really kind of struck me was they had the great apes. I don't know who it was, National Geographic or whatever was filming the great apes, and the younger ones were climbing these trees, and they were bending over and they were playing, and that's why I brought that up earlier. That really struck me. Could this possibly be part of their routine and stuff like that? The other thing I found with them is that they like to sit on hillsides and look down towards people. So, Rockbog, when you're saying about stones rolling down at you and stuff, a lot of times they'll go up a hill and get away from people, and they'll be up there and they'll be quiet. We found examples of that. You know, they like to avoid people when there's logging and stuff that takes place. They're intelligent enough to return to the areas and avoid the logging slashes. You know, where wolves and everything else, bears will go right through them. Are they sometimes caught in a logging slash? Yeah, sure. Have I ever seen that? No. Have we scanned the logging slashes with thermal cameras and night vision and stuff? Yes, and we've had some really good military night vision. You know, I think it was called the third or fourth gen stuff from out of the United States. We've had a lot of people that come up that were military people and stuff like that. If you ever did a research on me to see legit to make sure I'm telling you the truth, just go talk to immigration and say I'm coming to Canada, going to Seashell to see Rob Kennedy, and they'll go, "Oh, you're going Bigfoot hunting too," because that's what the immigration would say to people when they told them they were, "Where are you going?" "We're going to Seashell." "Oh, you're going to Mr. Kennedy's place." So it's kind of written in stone, and I'm always wondering now if I go across the and come back, what they're going to say to me. But there's all these aspects. Um, we believe that they use sticks, you know, to dig with and stuff like that. Um, so again, I mean, a lot of stuff that we've done, we theorized on, and we've tried to put it to action. And nothing always works, but some things do work, and this has given us an advantage. You've got to think out of the box, and a lot of times I tell people, if you want to have experiences, if you want to get to the point where we got, you have to spend that time in the woods. There's no other way about doing it. And so a lot of people say, well, can I come up for a couple of days? Don't waste my time. If you're not willing to spend at least a couple of weeks and a month, especially during the summertime, plan your time to spend that time, because if you don't, you're going to miss out. Now, can things happen in 3 or 4 days? Sure, they can. They can happen the first night, like the guy coming, the scientist coming from France. You know, he's freaking out because he's just a few hours off the plane, and he got to see a Sasquatch. Does that happen all the time? No. You know, so we had a great display. Had a film crew there. This is a film. The guy's name is Leon Ponish. You can research him. He's a filmmaker in France. He's sitting at a table. We're all hidden away, and this creature comes up, knocking, and he makes a huge display, just like the alpha gorilla does. Right? He makes this display. He walks around us. We don't get to see him physically, but you can see the trees moving, everything. He goes around us, and then he sits up on a hill just down the road, and he stays there. Everybody's freaked out. I told everybody just put their heads down, like, don't even challenge this thing, because it was that much of a display. You could hear him. And then we sent someone out, and there he, boom, boom, there he was at the edge of the road. It was like, you're submitting to me. I'm alpha male, and you're my little bitches now. So, and that's a true story. And I had another lady that was there that came in afterwards. She's from the University of Lethbridge, I think it was. She's an artist, and her husband was the dean, or I don't know what he was. But we had an experience where I went out with her first. We heard some things, came back, brought her husband out, and all of a sudden the creature's right there on the log, and right beside us on the log road. We can't see it because it's in the dark. And we sit down. I told him, just sit down, and this thing is verbalizing to the lady in front, and she's saying to it, and this is what she honestly said: "Please, Mr. Sasquatch, don't scream, because I don't want to piss my pants." And her husband Dave is got the video camera up. It's not a night vision, but he records the verbalizations. And she's out of the University of Lethbridge in Alberta.
So that would be an interesting follow up to this conversation, because of course we've been talking just purely, just what you know and whatever else, and of course, yeah, we haven't even touched on what evidences you know of, and yeah, what what recordings you have or other people's recordings that you find to be accurate and reliable, which would be important, and also images there too, right? Um, like that would be an interesting thing because, like I said, because of my background in linguistics, it's these vocalizations, especially the ones like you described there as the samurai sounds, that are to me the most sort of interesting ones because yeah, is that indicative of speech? Does it have certain patterns of speech? And I have certain opinions on this, and I'm not complete, like I said, not completely, outside of my league here because when it comes to fake speech, so interestingly enough, another topic that me and Wogpog have talked about covering in these things is the Voynich manuscript, which I 100% believe is just a medieval hoax or maybe early modern era hoax, right? By 1400s, 1500s. But to me, it shows a pattern that is not diverse enough to be speech. It looks like somebody trying to put squiggles on a page to make it look like it's writing, but it's very repetitive and therefore not speech, right? So that there's like I said, when it comes to what is speech versus just vocalization, it's something that has a regularity to it, but also a diversity to it, right? It's not just repetitive. That's not speech. So that's why I would be very interested because like I don't even need to know that it like those are my two theories on how do you distinguish speech, right? Yeah, that it has a regularity to it, has a system to it, but then it's diverse. It's not repetitive. It's not just mimicry, right? That's what birds do, right? The the parrot that just repeats things mindlessly there. That's the difference between speech and then maybe song. You could call if it's regular and it sounds like speech, but it doesn't have that diversity, then it's maybe song, and that's where you get between vocalization into song and then into speech. And so that's why I would be interested to kind of follow up on those things. For me, like I mean, one of these days, because Wogpog keeps trying to lure me up there with salmon fishing. I would actually want to go. And for me, I don't even need to see the beasts, as you could probably tell. To me, it's their artifacts that actually is the most interesting aspect here, right? Like, I mean, certainly I wouldn't mind seeing the beasts, but or even more so, like yeah, hearing their speech. But to me, what I think that what kind of the untapped value here is applying. Now, I don't have a strong background. My father had a bit of a background in anthropology, and had I, you know, outside of making money and just doing something useful, if I'd followed my passion there, but I probably would have ended up in archaeology. And so, just from a kind of archaeological point of view of sort of there seems to be something there's actually a difference between like if you look up the concept of archaeological industry. That's why I was asking about stone tools because you have cultures and you have these like different cultures when they're looking, but then even higher than cultures or industries. So before they can't really indicate, but it's just the way they how did they flint that rock. So we're talking about courses of like for about 100,000 years or even like a million years when these early hominids would make a hand axe. They made it in the exact same way, and then that was one industry, and then they changed it to flint it in a slightly different way, and that was another industry. So it's not even a culture. There's a higher concept called a industry there. And so that to me is kind of the interesting thing is the artifacts, right? That and that's what of course makes these
Yeah,
different than
let me say this to you, Zinc, because it's almost really looking for that needle in the haystack with Sasquatch on certain rocks and stuff like that as artifacts. You're going to probably find an arrowhead before you find a Sasquatch. Rock that cuts open, and what I mean to this too is what's important here is uh, the animal mind, right? The animalistic here. So this creature, what we find in every area that we've gone into, we have at least found a deer that was dead. But here's the difference: when the belly is ripped open by splitting the legs apart and split in the inside of the belly gets split open, the thing that most people found, and I've read this a little bit, and it's true, is the livers and the hearts are gone, and the rest of the animals left. Now, you got to ask why, because that for us as humans, that meat's very good and it's very not just delicious, but it's high in protein and it's high in vitamins. And why do they go after the livers? And why do they go after the kidneys? And why do they go after the heart? When a grizzly bear kills a moose, first thing it does, it rips the chest open and it eats the heart, right? So to me, that's kind of like the artifacts that we look for. Is there evidence of that? I mean, it's hardly to be really an artifact because it's going to get eaten up in the woods and mice are going to eat the bones up and they're going to disappear, right? But that's kind of what you need to look for. The other thing I wanted to say is Thomas Steenberg. Now we had Thomas Steenberg had a group that came up to our campground and they were with us with a guy named Zoltar. He, me and him were there, and they were in one of our sites, and we had over, and this is a true story. We had over 100 knocks in the campground that night, and we knew it was a creature working up and down the campground. These creatures, there was three of them, and they kept just moving around, and I think that night they were hunting. I don't know what they were doing, but these guys said no possible way that these knocks weren't Sasquatch knocks. They didn't believe in the knocks. They don't believe in the bent over tree kind of thing. And so you got to be, what I'm trying to say is you got to be careful. Now, when Deb said Randy Card, that wasn't actually the name of the Randy that I was talking about, because Randy Card is a guy that was in Maple Ridge.
That's Randy Card.
That was
one that went through the swamp.
There was Randy Card. Who's the other Randy that was doing all the hoaxing? Broadhagen. Okay, that's right. So Randy Broadhagen, you got to watch for these guys. Remember I told you about the head on the stump? These guys, Randy and that, were attributed to that. Now, Thomas Steenberg wasn't. And I think Thomas is legit in his investigations and the stories and stuff like that he's brought up. He's good that way.
Randy Broadhagen is connected with Mike Nielsen, who did a lot of stuff with computer technology, being able to plant things on stuff. And the head that he had sitting on top of the stump actually was a copy of a picture of the world's hairiest man in the Guinness Book of World Records.
Yeah. So I don't know if you guys have ever seen that, but hopefully you heard my wife there. But I had
what's our opinion of the newest photo that just sort of been circulating? I mean, it's new to me. It might be older, but is that the one you're talking about with the guy? It's sort of behind a bush or something like that. Like there's one that's been floating around lately.
Well, that's the guy out of Alberta that's got the puppet heads. Sylvan. He goes by Sylvan. What's his name?
But once again, that was a full frontal face there, right?
Yeah, it's bullshit.
So this is what's interesting that you brought this up, and like I said, these would be, I think, auditorily oriented creatures. And like I said, the fact that you said that they are always looking away from you, even when they seem to be monitoring you, that to me was very interesting because, like I said, it reminds me of the way a cat behaves, right? Like I know my cat is 100% paying 100% attention to what I'm doing at that moment, but she specifically looks away from me, right? It's like it's a strange thing that you sort of sense with that, and so like the fact that they're paying attention to by looking away from you, yeah, and these hoaxed ones, oh yeah, they're staring right at you.
Those are the Todd. I'm sorry for cutting you off, Zink. I just wanted to remember the name. Todd Standing is his name. He's out of.
Yes, that's the guy I was trying to, like, way earlier in the conversation. I was trying to bring up some guy. Yeah, I think it was Todd Standing.
Yeah, he's so full of bullshit. It's not even funny. I got a friend that believes in those heads, and I say to him all the time, "How can you do that? How can you believe in that? You've been out there several times with me, and you think they just look at you like that in the broad daylight when they move around in the dark, mostly? Like, I mean, and then the video that he put out about him being attacked by Sasquatch, but you don't really hear any gruttling noises, but then there's a little bit there. But it's when you've been with these things." It's like the fake dollar bill, right? In the bank, you work with real money all the time, and then you get the fake dollar. And you can tell it right away. It's the same thing in this field. It's just, and there's so many of them that want to do it, and it just pisses me right off because, like I said, for me, it's I want to tell people and show people that they exist, And if you put one false statement out there, you're done. You're finished. You become a jokester, and let alone a hoaxer. And people just laugh at you and ridicule you. And when you know they exist and it's true, you want to stand with integrity. Sorry, I got a wife there that corrects me all the time, but it's important. This is so important to I like to hang these guys because they really piss me off. And when I try to contact them, or they're doing a show and they completely block me out, and they all know who I am, and it really pisses me off when Les Strauss goes and hangs out with this guy and tries to verify his sightings, which is nothing but bullshit. Les, what are you doing? You're killing you, and you want to tell the story about Bigfoot, but then you don't want to go to the real legit of the truth of with people that know what they're talking about. And tons of my buddies wrote him, phoned him, and they even talked to him, and he never would give me a call.
Yeah, no, I mean, well, that was actually the initial conversation I think we had before this space was, like how he'd done that last season of it. I watched it, and then, I think he got in contact there with, that standing guy. And it was just, it was, I'm almost suspicious. It's like, oh, he almost like was trying to sabotage it because it's like he found like the dumbest guy in the woods, right? Because like, that guy. Yeah, no, I was
He
not.
even put out a display.
Ted's static. He's been at it for years, right?
But I mean,
Everything
you
from
can just
going
tell that
against the
that
government
guy
and
is
everything
like
like that.
that guy is full retard. I'm not going to be doubting about it. I mean, like, and that's the problem, right? Like that this is the guy that gets propped up. I mean, going to Wagpod
Yeah,
point,
well,
like
that's
why do
the
they
most
prop up the
obvious.
biggest?
They always do
Right.
that, though. That's the
Yeah, well,
system,
but
right?
I respected Les Stroud and I actually respected when that season started. I'm like, oh yeah, he's tackling Bigfoot there, and then like I said, he finds the dumbest guy in the woods. Now, actually, once again, the autist in me going back there, Faith, to the way they sort of handle the carcass there. That is an artifact, and that is actually interesting to me. So you were saying that the way that they sort of do the field dressing on this is that they tear the legs apart. Is that how they sort of open this up?
What we believe is that they take the two hind legs and they stretch them, and they split the belly of the animal, and that's kind of what we've seen and what the evidence that we've seen of. And because the hips and that are all displayed and out of sort, and they're stretched right open. The one that was on the log with the conservation officer, they didn't get to do that. So, let alone, was the death caused by them in the first place? But who knows, right? Again, you haven't seen, so you can't say. And that's the other thing too, is these idiots that are out there. They have this verbal, oh yeah, it does this, oh yeah, it does, and they have no clue of backup. And that Todd Standing has been caught in that many times. So explain yourself, and he doesn't explain himself. So I think tonight I've given a lot to it, and a lot to the evidence, and there's more. When we're talking about this, there's things that come back to me that I have forgotten, and the experiences that I've had that are all important, because these things did happen. And the best thing, if people do go out, I've always said this, and I've always been willing to help people. Hey, call me if you think you're going to have an experience, or you're in an area where you're creeped out. Hey, we can help you out. We can give you some indicators, some things that you can do to make sure that you have some kind of an interaction, to a scream, to a knock, to a visual, or just get the shit scared out of you. But one of the most important things is, when you're out there, don't wear nylon clothing that makes sound. And Wagpog, you're right. There is a smell that comes off of it. Zink, were you talking there?
Oh no, I was just actually thinking. Like I said, it's very, to me, like I said, I'm fascinated by that the way they sort of hunt and kill, right? Like, so like, because like I said, and it's all very vague. Of course, yeah, we have like one artifact, right? But it's indicative of culture, right? Like or culture or industry. Like I said, there's a variation there, like that this is not instinctual, right? Yeah, like the way that, like, a bear rips into an animal, right, is instinctual, right? Whereas this kind of indicates that this is something kind of like a learn, and maybe even a variation. It's like, oh yeah, the Sunshine Coastal, Sasquatch, they start by, yeah, they break the neck and then they tear it from, the hindquarters there. Although in some ways that is so much. If you were a large animal and you had, it seems like a kind of natural zipper. It's like a wishbone, I guess, to not be too crass about it. But yeah, like maybe in some ways it is like, if we were all large enough and we could just, like, peel open a deer like it's string cheese, right? That probably is the grippiest place. But it's definitely sort of a behavior that is interesting. Yeah, that they go for the heart and the liver.
Well, the capabilities of these creatures are like their speed alone. They're fast, very fast. Um, and they're part of the paranormal realm, right? Same thing with Dogman and Wendigo and all those things, right? Being so elusive in itself is just puzzling in itself, right? But
But
for
Mike,
those who have had those experiences, it's just something that, you know, it is what it is, right? And fuck everyone else if they don't believe you, because you've had that encounter, you've had that experience, and it's more of a sacred thing, I think. uh, going back thousands of years, you've heard the stories from ancient civilizations about all these circumstances, right? So
yeah, I've been ridiculed, from being in church and everything else for it. Not so out in the public. I've had some news articles done that were okay, but when CBC and all them call, I've had the BBC call me. I've had other countries. I think a place in Italy. I don't remember the name of that if it was a news group or a television show. I've had radio shows, the Reese program that called me up to do with them. Scott, trying to remember his name. I did a show with him.
Carpenter.
No, I'm just trying to remember the guy's name. He's got a spaced out radio, I think it's called. But I really don't like doing the shows with them because, again, it gets into, like you said, the ghost stories and stuff, and I don't think that Sasquatch should be mixed up within that. But that's my point of view, because, again, like I said, you want to be legit, um, and you want to be very, 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 very truthful. You don't want to mislead anybody and lead them down the road, because in the end, you're leading them into a place of despair, and if you're not telling the truth. And it's like, this Randy guy takes people up Maple Ridge, and he's tossing stones and seeing the Sasquatch chucking pebbles at them. Yeah, okay. And and my buddies are like telling me about this, and I'm like, why are you even going in there? Why are you even wasting your time?
Was that dude that had that frozen apparent Sasquatch in his fucking freezer and stuff? And
No. That's
a different Randy.
no, that guy's out of the States. He's an idiot. Why
Yeah,
would
I
he even
know.
do that?
I've seen that dude too. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
like I
Well, the
said,
fakes are obvious, right?
to me, the importance of this topic is kind of, and it goes back to what I was saying there, where like if you're somebody like me who's kind of, believes in the evolutionary thing, um what this indicates, like, where does Sasquatch branch from humanity, right? Where does it, where do we get, you know this difference in, and all of this stuff, and kind of those shared qualities, right? Like, yeah, they're not stone shapers that maybe came from a later split, in the species, right? Like, was Australopithecus or some of these like early, like, hominids, were they hairy? Like, did they split before that, right? So to me, it's a very interesting thing, because then it's a parallel thing, right? Like, if we follow that, right, obviously, great apes originate in Africa, right? Some of them make it to Asia, right? The orangutan, of course, makes it there to Southeast Asia and whatnot. And of course, the orangutan is an interesting one because they actually have a very long weaning period, or kind of, right? Like it takes about 10 years, right? The child spends 10 years with the mother, right? It actually, is quite, it's taught, right? She, it kind of goes through kind of an actual kind of like childhood development, which is actually rather interesting, right? Which is, like you indicated there, which is we also see. So, it is, but of course, orangutan, they have those kind of like finger feet and everything. So maybe, the split between, chimpanzees and orangutan. And so these creatures, and that's why the of course, things get isolated evolutionarily, like as climate changes, as it naturally does. So like it wouldn't be a surprise, like I said, yeah, this creature obviously adapts for colder climates, right? So we find it there in the Himalayas and all that, right? And of course, yeah, it crosses the Bering Strait like probably long before hominids do, right? Because it's very adapted for that, right? With its large body in it, but it's also a walking ape, right? It's like human beings, it's a walking ape, right? Like other chimpanzees can't really walk, right? They do either like the knuckle walk where they're kind of like on all fours there, or they do the whole thing where like they look ridiculous, right? Where they are trying to stand on their hind legs and then they have to hold their hands up and kind of waddle, right? Like, but this is very distinctly a walking ape.
Hey, Zink, have you heard about the new species of chimpanzee they found in the Congo that's like 6 foot tall, and they walk and they're supposed to be a mean son of a guns?
I have not.
Research that one.
I wasn't sure if there was some joke there. So that you're serious though,
No,
right?
I'm serious.
Okay.
No,
Yeah,
they're
no.
a very vicious new hominid discovered apparently. Yeah, it's pretty wicked.
I'll have to definitely check that out. But like I said, so this is the interesting thing. Yeah, it's like, where these things sort of split off from us, and yeah, like why are they, you know, they're essentially the anons of the forest, right? Like, for people who know me, right? Like I like to keep my identity very secret there and everything, right? These creatures are very much anon, right? They really don't want to be seen. They don't like to be seen. And so what's the evolutionary pressure there, right? And then that's actually where I don't want to get down that speculative rabbit hole, because that's where I will get kind of weird. What are they afraid of, there, buddy? Right? Like that's a real question.
Well,
Other
it's
than human,
definitely genius level, right? They're staying
well,
so
I don't know about that,
elusive,
but
right?
like I said,
Being so big and staying so elusive, right? So
yeah. So, but I
Well,
mean,
no,
so that,
they've been taught to avoid us. It's simple evolutionary pressure,
well,
right?
us or something else. That's like I said. That's why
Mm.
I won't dive down that rabbit hole right now. But so like I said, but from a purely like like sort of like archaeological, like I said, because yeah, like it's interesting, right? Like it's compelling. I think from a scientific point of view, right?
you got to
Where
keep the government factor inside too, right? They're hiding all that information like since Roswell days and all that stuff, right? Or Smithsonian and all that stuff, right? Anytime a creature's found, it gets quickly removed. Let's just say, right?
Well,
So,
I'd point to the eastern cougar for a great example of that, right? That was poo-pooed by the authorities forever and a day, and then finally, it's been confirmed. So cryptozoology, as a whole, is just basically something that's just shit on by mainstream science. But I mean, now they're like, okay, it seems to be there seems to be some kind of a eastern cougar that does exist. Well, you know that was complete science fiction, 30 years ago. But now it's like, okay, yeah, something is going around in the woods doing
well,
weird
even just the first European, I forget what the guy was, but the first European who described a gorilla, right? Like, I think like 1850s, right? Some British guy who went down there and he described these things, and he was like mocked for like a good decade or two, and then finally somebody else was like, oh no, there really is these big hairy man looking things down there, right? Like,
well, look at the coelacanth, right? Apparently an
yeah,
extinct
but I'm just saying,
species
like,
that
if you think
is
about
alive and
like,
well, right?
you Western society hasn't known about pretty much great apes outside of humans until only the last 200 years,
You,
right?
you,
Before that,
you know what's cool? It would be cool to find here because they say they're here in British Columbia. Is a python. They're not very big, but they're a restricting snake, and I've never heard of anybody finding them. But they're supposed to be in BC, and that goes under that cryptozoology. And there's some things here that would be cool to find.
well, more than anything, like I said, this is the problem, right? Like, because of course, most of the bases of power and knowledge in the world are, in big cities, London, New York, Paris, and all that stuff. And for those people, right, they live in a very small, tight space, and so they don't really understand the vastness of the wilderness.
Well,
That
it's the professional class again, and it
yeah.
hits right back at that meme we were joking around about. We got to make a proper meme about it, but Ogopogo started the fires, right? That's that would have been a great meme if we could get like some good graphic designers on it. But I mean, everything is magic until proven science, right? So,
Well, like I said, like they have no concept. Like I said, like I mean, if you're in the Rockies and stuff like that, and you talk about like driving down canyons where off to the left of the side is a 200-foot drop, right? Like that was a normal drive through certain parts of Utah and whatnot, right? Like that you just have these sheer cliffs, and that's just where the road has to kind of flow by there, right? Like it's the sort of like massive kind of especially the Western Rockies and all that kind of stuff up in there into BC and everything, you know huge mountains, huge deep valleys, right? Things can very easily get lost and never found, right? Like there's often I mean, like people, you know it's very easy to hide a dead body, in these this part of the country, right? And places that nobody will ever traipse. You just dump it down that canyon. They're never going to find it.
What a way to think about things.
Well, I'm just trying to like give you the sense that like people don't like it. These are well-known things if you're from this part of the country, right? That there's places that man has never traipsed, right? Whereas if you go to parts of London, right, like you can't like dig a hole without passing through 500 1,000 years of human artifacts there. Whereas out here, there's probably canyons that you know in a mile radius that no man has traveled through, or at least not in a good 10-20,000 years, right? So you can find those sorts of things.
That's watching this guy in England. He goes up camping. You're like, where do you camp in England? Like on your own, right? Like out in the woods. This poor guy, he goes out there and he's got one of these new kind of like mummy bags where you can sleep in them and you can rain on you and stuff. While he was sleeping in it, I guess he's in it. This friggin' deer charged him and beat the hell out of him while he was in it. It was a poor guy.
Yeah, that was always the comical thing. Like, you think you're so protected in a little nylon tent or something like that. In reality, a bear could easily slice it open, whatever, right?
Once again, if you guys haven't read it, like really, well, the guy worked. I mean, he lived in Canada for a couple of years there. But the Wendigo by Algernon Blackwood, like I really think it captures sort of the vastness and the wildness and the spookiness of the Canadian, wilderness there. I don't think there's any. Unfortunately, I don't think there's any Canadian author who's really kind of matched, at least for me, what I found in that story. And it's somebody who did know, because he actually did spend some time here. He was one of these guys who just kind of traveled around, had odd jobs, went back home, and just became a writer and stuff there. But he really kind of captures that how far, and well, that's the thing, right? For somebody who moving there from Britain to Canada, right? He kind of captures, and he's trying to describe that shock. Like I don't want to like. Of course, like I said, I did the book space like a while back there. I can't remember if no, I think Adrian was in on that one. I think it might have been the first one he was in on, but you know, and so like in the story, right? It's like a kind of like an Anglo-Canadian guide and a French-Canadian guide, right? And then they're guiding these two Scottish guys, right? One's like a banker, and then his nephew's like a deacon, or he's in the seminary there, and he's whatever, and just like he's trying to like describe to them, like like you can tell this is a British guy using these guys as kind of, examples of just trying to understand the vastness, right? Like these guys just hop in a canoe and easily, scoot, 100 miles up the river there, right? Like which would be halfway across England, right? Like in a day we're there, right? Like just how vast, the Canadian and the American landscape is compared to, the English landscape, where, you can walk from one end of the island to the other, leisurely walk in a couple of weeks there, like in the Canterbury Tales, right? It's something that but how deep people got in around here, right? How far the French voyageurs, got in their little canoes, all the way here to where I am now in Boise, right? It's La Riviere Boisée is the origin of that, because it was French Canadian guides that when the Americans finally wanted to kind of explore this area, they hired some more French Canadians, because they'd been coming down here in their canoes. So from all the way, from the Hudson Bay, for 200 years at that
The
point. So,
voyageurs.
yeah. So I mean, that's sort of the thing with all of this stuff is, it kind of captures that. So like I said, if you guys haven't read, it's a relatively short story too. There, the Wendigo, but I think it kind of, like I said, like whether or not you, like believe it, like I think it captures sort of like the vastness and in that vastness, right, the kind of insignificance of humanity when you're exploring the Canadian wilds there.
Well, has anybody else had any Sasquatch encounters in this room at all?
Oh yeah, I've had a few.
Mike, explain.
Oh, it's just brief. They're so fast, right? I was driving northern Manitoba at nighttime, but the creature went right across our path. We were going at least 100 kilometers, a dirt road, and yeah, this thing was so fast. I couldn't even clock it. It was just like a blink of an eye, but I know we saw it. So, and another time, where were we? Where was I? I was on a camp excursion. And yeah, the ironic thing is, we were at it was a camp, a fishing camp, whatever. And one night, or yearly actually, they take everyone into the woods and away from the camp, but into the forest, and they start telling these Bigfoot stories, eh? Oh, the night they did that, we actually had some crazy encounters and interactions that night. So panicked everyone. They had to get everyone back to the camp and freaked everyone out, though. We heard the wood knocking, grunts, everything. It was pretty phenomenal, actually. So those are my two stories.
Cool.
Yeah, no, I mean, I mostly grew up in Utah, which there's some forest there, but it's not Sasquatch friendly forest, right? You have like big forest thick with aspen or high altitude scrubland, like I said, junipers and bushes, but not I think the kind of territory these animals would.
No, it's definitely deep woods, right? And in our Canadian wood forests here, you could walk just behind a tree and you're gone, right? They could be so dense and thick, especially in BC. The redwoods and the larger trees species you have out there, right? Pretty phenomenal.
Wonder Jody out there, does she's had any at her cab?
Yeah, no, I mean, unless anybody from down below has any sort of or Wadpug, or you guys want to, like, I mean, we could we could end this space and start a new space, unless anybody down below wants to give their thoughts on the Sasquatch before we wrap up that topic.
Well, Wogpug's been out. I wouldn't mind hearing a couple of his encounters, or if he's had any, or what he's done.
Are you there still, Wogpug? Are you busy? Because sometimes he's in and out.
Most likely tied up right now at the moment. But all in all, these creatures are something that need to be respected too, right? Uh, as elusive as they are, obviously, if they wanted to interact with us, they would, right? And so who knows? but definitely curiosity. The same thing with Dogman too, right? Have you ever had any encounters with those there, Faith?
Say that again, Mike.
Dogman
No,
or
no,
Wendigos or
no, no,
you know.
no.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
no, I
goes all the
think.
way back to ancient times, right? With
Well, I
Anubis and
mean, we can
everything, right?
probably expand on those on it because because we've been running this one for a bit. I do want to kind of pinch it off, and I want to keep it on the topic there. So, like I said, yeah, I brought up the Wendigo a little bit because there is some interplay there, but I don't think they are related, or at least, yeah, like I said, there's some differences in those two traditions there, but and yeah,
Well, they could
Sasquatch.
all be classified in the unknowns, right? The unknown category, because that's the only classification we can put them in right now because of that factor, right? Other than the little evidence that we do have, or just personal experiences, right?
Yeah, no, but I think for now, like, yeah, unless Wogpog is what's the word, not indisposed and wants to come in with any sort of additional information. I think for now we'll end this one. Although, yeah, like I said, I think this was a good one, and they kind of covered a lot of my sort of thoughts and stuff on this, and yeah, some of Faith's things, and maybe, yeah, if you want to, Faith, kind of go through. I guess look at what you find to be kind of the most consistent, compelling evidence, whether it's from your own archives or from whatever, and then we can even like kind of put that out on like a space and even I have to find if there's a better way to do like a digital presentation where that we could stream this out on like a space and everything, but still like present it in there and everything because I think that would be interesting. But yeah, for right now, I wanted to just purely focus on the conceptual. So yeah, like having images and all that wasn't. But yeah, like like I said, for me at least too, it's like really I'm very very interested in the vocalizations because there is, like I said, I do have a background in acoustics. There are some sorts of acoustic analyses that can be run on these things to kind of show that, yeah, can this be produced by a human body? No, or yes, or to what extent, or can this be, how can this be synthesized? And yeah, things get a bit synthesized, but there's subtleties, right? And that's actually how you can tell synthetic music from non-synthetic music, right? Is those like little intricate extra acoustics in there, right? Like when you have synthesized digitized music, right? That those subtle little flaws, we'll call them, aren't present, right? It's too sterile versus something that's organic. And so that would be a rather interesting thing to sort of analyze there at a later time. But yeah, no. So I think unless anybody has some final thoughts on this topic, I think I'll pinch this one off, and then I don't know if somebody else wanted to. Oh, Wogpog, do you have any final thoughts before we, or are you just done?
No, great space. Just emoticon saying 100% and
Okay,
nip it
perfect.
off. Yeah, no, very good. I'm very happy with how you got. It was a great conversation. I think I've sort of learned something here. I think there's a real value with like two people. A binary discussion is actually superior than maybe a panel after or something. But I learned a lot, and I can, like I said, through my research, there's a lot of commonalities with what Faith did. So I'm very excited about this new sort of endeavor here. So thanks to you, Zink, and thanks to Faith and Mike and everybody that's listening to stuff. It's been great.
Yeah, no, thanks again for people. Like, this was entirely impromptu. We were running another space. Me and Faith had been, and Wogpog have actually been talking, and Waiki even like long time talking about doing a. And I'm just like, screw it. Didn't want to talk about any of the political stuff. I'm just like, you know what? I'm going to kill this space. I'm going to start a new space. And we're just going to talk Sasquatch. And yeah, no, it's
It was good to get away from the political right now. I'm kind of getting
exactly.
burnt out from it.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. I've been burned out for a long time. That's why I barely run spaces anymore.
There's a good video Laura Lynn put out with Steph and her husband from the fires from Salmon Arm there. It's a good one to watch. So it puts a face to Steph that we talked to the other night, and her husband steps in and talks. He's actually a pretty good dude. So I just thought I'd let you know about that.
Nice, yeah, no, I'll look into that. But yeah, no, thanks again, you guys. It's been good. Um, I'm gonna let Adrian start his late night space there, and then we can all shuffle in there. But yeah, thanks again, guys, for joining and listening.
Thanks, guys,
And
for listening. Yeah.
and thanks for giving all of yours. Like I said, it was very impromptu there, Faith, and I really appreciate. Because originally I'm just like, do you want to talk for 2 hours about Bigfoot? Now I think we're rolling around on 5 hours there, but all worth it. All worth it.
Yeah, it was a pretty smooth
No,
stage.
you guys missed it though. The new shit coin is called Bigfoot coin. So actually, this space was just a secret way to pump the new Bigfoot coin.
Well, and just to follow up there, what are your feelings on the term Bigfoot there, Faith? Do you find it derogatory?
No, no, no. I do like. This is what I do like, and I'd like to learn more. I'd like to take the native names that are out there and put them up. Because there's history there with the creature, right? A long history in the North American native circle here, and they have all different names, and it's just a real would be really like I have a granddaughter who's in the Seashell band, and I'm trying to pronounce it properly, but it's like Smilik or Smilek, and it means stinky person, right? And so they have a history of names and meanings behind those names, and I think it would be cool to learn that. It's all part of history.
So let me. I think I have the penultimate question here to end the room, and this is actually a question to everybody. But since Faith is so knees deep in this stuff, let's say that you discovered Bigfoot tomorrow. You knew exactly where they lived. You knew the whole schmandango. Would you publicize it? And what would be so yes or no? And then the other thing would be, if you did publicize it, what do you think would happen right after? And I'll answer after all you guys. But let's start with Faith, and then maybe do Zink, and then Mike, and then I'll end with my opinion.
No, I wouldn't publicize it. For one, I wouldn't want to bring in 1,000 people in an area and destroy it. I think when you do, like these towns, I left tonight because I wanted to legitimize what I was saying to be true. Right now, there's 1,000 more people that are on the coast that are living up in the mountain, and they're probably really leery. But I know that those squatters and all that have had experience. So no, I would not, and I guess that answers both questions, doesn't it, Walkbug?
Yeah, no, you got it. So Zink.
Oh, that's a difficult one because my insatiable curiosity is too much. Now, actually, what would happen? I mean, not to get too political on it, but would it lock up the north there? It's like, oh well, I mean, if tiny little wood tree owls, prevent us from doing anything in 100 mile radius, I mean, what would Bigfoot do, right? Like, so I actually don't know if it what would be the darker side of that or lighter side, but I mean, at the same time, I don't know. I'm I'm always on the side. Like I don't like mysteries. I don't like secrets. I want to know, and I think everybody should know things. So come what may. I mean, hopefully things are protected. Hopefully people have learned their lesson. But knowledge is meant to be shared, I guess.
I'd be more on this First Nations sacred side of things, and respect them, and no, it's an experience, a personal experience. I think they may allow certain people to see them, and others not to, but out of respect for that and their protection, because we know what human beings have been known to do. Some human beings, right? The nasty sons of bitches. And we just want to keep those people away from such a sacred creature, I think.
It's funny you say that, Mike, because uh, I had a lot of natives that have contacted me just because of the old folklore of that what they've learned in the past, and we've had great discussions with elders and stuff to what they used to find and what they see and how things did. One of the best stories I ever had that came from natives was when they used to paddle their canoes out in Seashell Inlet, and there's a cliff. There's a cliff there where these things would get on the side of the cliffs, and they would throw rocks down at the Indians or Native people paddling their canoes, and they would have to paddle their canoes quite far away from the cliffs because they would throw rocks at them. And I thought, wow, to live through something like that and to have those kind of experiences to where now we're trying to legitify that they're real. You know what I'm saying? It's just it was a great story.
Yeah, totally. different reality altogether, right? Gives you perspective, right? And an experience, right? And I think those stories are really sacred, even the old past ones from our elders, right? Because without those stories, there's nothing in existence, right? So
I say no because the hunters would show up the next day, and I would think that if I discovered a hominid like being, or pick your definition there, I just would feel like I would have a duty. And I think that's one of the things that's happened here, is that sometimes those that are chosen or willing and able find stuff, and those that aren't. But I think that's one of the questions that should be asked all the time. So yeah, let's move to four axioms space, and let's sort of move an informal discussion there. But this has been great, fantastic. I can't even say how stoked I am, guys. So thank you very much, everybody.
Yeah, no, this was great. Thanks again, Faith, for entertaining all my questions and being forthright. And like I said, like you said it early on and everything else. That's what I appreciate. You specify when you speculate. You specify what you know, right? You don't claim ever to know more than you do. So that is the most invaluable thing in any topic, right? Is the person who can distinguish what they do know, what they don't know, what they want to know, what they will know, what they can never know. And I think that's a major value point. So thanks again, Faith, for being
Yeah,
there on that.
you're welcome, guys. I guess you probably didn't even think we were going to go down the road like this either, did you?
You know what? I wanted to go where it goes, and that's all I wanted on a Friday when I'm a little bit hungover. It cured
Actually,
my hangover.
it is Friday. Why are you hungover today? You should be hungover tomorrow.
Well, because I work from home on Friday, so we went out drinking yesterday. So
Yeah, you said something. You're out with the young ones, so
yeah, one of them turned 21. That's how young they are. So that's why we were out.
oh yeah. I can imagine how hungover you are.
So
Can't
yeah.
keep up to it anymore, can you?
No, I keep up just fine. I kept up just fine, but I think everybody had a rough day today. I yeah. So yep.
All right, guys.
Have a good one. Thanks again,
Appreciated
everybody.
your time. Thanks for listening. God bless.